to the May 20th, 2025 City of Boulder Planning Board meeting. We have all planning board members present, with the exception of George Boone, who will be absent tonight. So we're all here in the room. Our first order of business is public participation, and we have Amanda with us tonight to both help us manage the meeting and to provide us the rules for public participation. I don't see anyone in the room. Amanda, is there anyone online? And if there's no one online, then you may not have to go through the rules and we can move on, but
there we go. Let me see here. Sorry, just one second. My share screen is. Let's see. We do have some folks joining us online. So I'll go ahead and go through our rules of decorum.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Thank you, folks, for joining us this evening. Sorry, my screen looks a little different than what's in person. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board and commission members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited, and participants are required to identify themselves using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. We're in the Zoom webinar format, so for those of you joining us online, if you'd like to speak, you will use the raise hand function. Just hover your mouse over that raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. I don't see anybody on the phone, so I'll skip that. You can also do this by clicking on the reactions button in the bottom of the screen. Each participant will have 3 minutes and there'll be a timer displayed. And I will call your name when once you raise your hand. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So no public participation tonight. Anyway, I should have asked, but anyway, that's fine. We'll carry on. Thank you for helping us with that, Amanda. Okay, the next order of business is approval of minutes, and we have 3 sets of minutes that need to be approved individually. There has been some discussion and some email information from Laura Kaplan here about this. And so I'm going to begin by formally asking for a motion to approve the February 4th meeting minutes, and then after we get a second, we can discuss the approval of each group of minutes. Kurt?
I move to approve the February 4th, 2025 meeting minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to back up just a second. So Laura sent an edited set of minutes. And so, and they didn't go back to the process and come back from the city, but I believe that that's, Hella, are we with the process that happened, which Laura made some suggested edits, but they didn't go back and forth from the city. Is it, or which set of minutes are we being asked to approve? Because the minutes in the packet are different than the minutes as edited by Laura.
So I think maybe we're not ready to approve the minutes as edited by Laura, because Stephanie hasn't had time to work on that.
Okay. Then I'm going to have a little discretion here and say, Laura, would you want to address both your edits specifically and the more generally what you are hoping to see in future minutes that may prompt a round of discussion, and then we may in fact delay approval of the minutes because of this
Thank you,
issue.
Mark. Well, I think the fact that we are not able to approve the minutes as edited, I would ask that we not consider the unedited minutes because I think that they're not complete from my perspective. And I'll say that first, I really appreciate the hard work that went into the minutes. I think that they did a really good job of capturing, especially for the quasi-judicial reviews that we did, the motions, the amendments, the votes that were taken. I appreciate all the hard work that went into that. The thing that I focused on in editing was that in the discussion part, I think staff are really trying to condense and summarize and make it easy for people to digest our minutes. And I do appreciate where they're coming from on that. For a quasi-judicial item, which appeared in all 3 sets of minutes, they all had quasi-judicial items, I feel pretty strongly that when we as a board discuss a code citation, that should be reflected in our minutes, especially if that is the record of our quasi-judicial decision. Anybody who is wondering, what did we talk about? What were the concerns that may have influenced how people voted? Should be able to look at our minutes and not have to dig through packets of information to find those code citations. So when I edited the minutes, I focused on the code citations that I brought forward. But because I'm the only one who did that, it looks like I'm the only one who made code citations, which is far from true, right? Like all the other board members also made code citations. So what I asked for was to delay the approval of these minutes, and then going forward, when we have a quasi-judicial discussion, that the minutes reflect the code citations that we bring up, in addition to summarizing the substantive concerns, that those are paired with what code section does that respond to? Because we are doing a criteria-based review, and people should be able to find what code section we're referring to. So that's why I asked for a delay of approving the minutes.
So, Kurt, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to add that, Laura, you also brought up the suggestion of adding timestamps in the minutes, which I think would be incredibly helpful for people wanting to use the minutes to go back and look at the relevant discussion in that area. And so I just want to highlight that also and say, I think that would be incredibly helpful just for use as of the minutes as a public record, a useful public record in the future.
ML. No. I'm sorry.
Thank you, I'm here. I would like to agree 100% with what Laura has brought up. I think that the recent projects that we've looked at, especially as they come into maybe what appeared to be a gray area of what governs what, I think it's important that we not only as board members know the regulations, the criteria, but that we are able to cite it and thus reference it when we're making our points. So I, excuse me, absolutely concur with you, Laura, and I agree with the way Hella put it, that we're not ready to vote on approving these minutes.
So I'm going to suggest that someone, Laura, maybe you, Kurt, if anyone, make a motion to postpone approval of all 3 sets of minutes.
I will also point out that Brad came on.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't looking up there. Brad, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, good evening, planning board members, and apologies for being remote, but appreciate the accommodation. Just want to support the idea of deferring it we would want to bring to you some logistical, well, we'd want to look into some of the logistical and legal implications of what's being proposed. And with that coming in the last day or two, of course, we've not been able to do that, but appreciate the time to be able to do that with maybe delaying the approval.
Great.
If I could just make one more comment, I'll also say Amanda brought to our attention during the agenda setting meeting that the city is working on a process to try to standardize meeting minutes across boards and is moving towards very high level summary notes. And I made the comment that I hope that staff, Amanda or other staff will bring to that process that a quasi-judicial decision, if that is the record of a quasi-judicial decision, is our meeting minutes, that may need to look a little different than other kinds of meeting minutes. Because I do feel really strongly about this code citation point, but I recognize that it would take more work on staff's part to make sure that they are citing the code correctly, even if we don't cite it correctly in the meeting or somehow note that. One thing that I think that we can do as board members to make it easier on whoever is compiling the minutes is if we are working from notes where we have written down what code sections we are citing, that we send that to staff after the meeting so that they don't have to try to match up our verbal comments with, 9-2-14 H2 big A little Roman numeral 3, right? Like it's sometimes hard to figure everything out from the verbal comments. So I think that we can do some work in sharing our notes with staff for when they are compiling the minutes. But of course, they would want to go by the record of what is actually said, not what we wrote down, just as a reference to help locate things. With that said, I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we delay approval of the February 4th, 2025, February 18th, 2025, and March 18th, 2025 meeting minutes until, Brad or other staff, do you have a date that you'd like us to delay till? Or just delay them for now?
Yeah, I think we could just delay them until reconsideration.
Until reconsideration, until staff brings them back for reconsideration.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think we've had plenty of discussion, but I want to make sure if anyone has any other discussion, now is the time to do it. Otherwise, we'll go down the line. I'm going to start with Mason,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay. Now we can move on from minutes to discussion of call-ups and continuations. We have the first item for a call-up item, a site review amendment and use review to allow the existing structure at 1836 19th Street to be used as a single-family detached dwelling unit in the RH2 zoning district and to amend the existing PUD P-83-64 to maintain the existing rear deck. These applications are subject to potential call-up on or before May 22nd, 2025. Do people have questions, issues, or a desire to call this up? Kurt?
I just have a question, and I have a feeling I may have asked this before, and I apologize if that's the case, but there's an existing PUD, and then we're considering a site review, or there is a site review in amendment in process in this case. How do those, often those are mutually exclusive processes, right? So I'm just trying to understand how those work together, because there can be some conflicting aspects, can there not?
Are you asking of a subdivision process and a PUD amendment process?
No, PUD, an existing PUD and then site review on top of the PUD.
So the amendment process.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If there's a conflict between the existing PUD and what's proposed in the site review amendment, is that what you're getting at?
Well, no, I'm not saying that there is such a conflict. I'm trying to understand how the two go together, because I could imagine that there could be conflicts. Maybe this is
Yeah,
not
well, maybe,
something that I need to.
Well, no, I can
resolve right now.
talk about that a little bit. So PUDs were a previous approval type under the code, and our code states that if you want to make changes to that approval, you go through the site review process. So the code sets forth how these previous types of approvals can get amended.
Okay, so this is the process for amending a PUD. Okay, I apologize for that. Great,
No,
thank
no,
you.
it's a good question.
Laura?
So I do have a lot of questions about this one, actually, and I am likely interested in calling it up. So I guess my question is, are any other board members, do you know that you're interested in calling it up? In which case we can maybe skip the questions, but if it would be useful to do the questions tonight, I can go through some questions now, or wait if we know we're going to call it up.
Yeah. ML?
I have some significant questions as well. They might be able to get answered tonight, or it might be more of a, let's just get all the information together and review it properly here. So I could go either way, try to get my questions answered or not.
Can I ask one more process question, which is, how many board members does it take to call it up? Because I know we were talking
Two.
about changing it to 2, but did we adopt that?
did.
Or we
Yeah,
did?
So it would be
Council did.
2.
Okay, takes 2. Okay, thank you.
And so I'll just say that it sounds like there's interest in this. And so, but I want everyone to not mistake discussing a call-up item to be the call-up itself, right? So questions are appropriate right now, especially if they help you decide whether to call it up or not in detail about the call-up, what you may think about it, but to help you decide whether to call it up. So who wants to go first with questions? ML?
I'll just ask one relevant question in that regard. So I understand that the deck was not part of the original PUD. It was illegally added after. So my question is the PUD amendment coming on board because they are seeking to change these setbacks that were given by the PUD?
Shannon, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah. Hi, good evening, board. I'm Shannon Moeller, the planner on the project. Yeah, part of the PUD amendment is to formalize the setbacks that apply to this deck that exists there today. In a lot of our older PUDs that we have on file, decks just simply weren't addressed or shown, even though we know that a deck was installed at some point, possibly close to when or at the time that it was constructed. We just don't have great records on that. So in that case, we have to either go back and amend the PUD or figure out some way to formalize things for decks in this situation.
So if if that deck were within the PUD setbacks, would they need a site review?
Yes. If there's a deck that's built and it's not consistent with what would be allowed under the typical zoning standards, that's when we identify that, amendment to the typical setbacks is needed to allow that deck to stay there.
So my question is, if it met those typical setbacks that were articulated in the PUD, would they still need a site review? I understand that they're doing a use review because it's going from a group home to an individual home, but will they, if the deck was not out of compliance, would they need a site review?
No, they would not need a site review amendment if there was no deck or if the deck met the typical setbacks for this zone.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Laura, do you have questions?
I have a lot of questions,
Okay.
but I'll try to keep it to the ones that may inform the desire or not desire to call it up. So I'm curious about this conversion of a group home into a single family unit. Is a group home considered to be a multi-unit development?
No, it's its own use category in the use chart. So it's just a separate type of use. It's not considered like a dwelling unit. It's sort of its own use.
So it is neither a single family home nor a multi-unit dwelling. It's its own thing. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
That's helpful. And so group home, like what is the use that is allowed now? Is it only a group home or are other things allowed there now?
Because the group home ceased to operate, the use that was allowed there would have expired. So the only uses that are allowed by right in this zone district would be those that are attached dwelling units, higher density residential uses, things that are allowed by right. So the use review is needed because the code was updated fairly recently in 2019 to try to discourage conversions of multi-unit properties into single-family dwellings.
So it is essentially a multi-unit dwelling right now. That's the only thing that's allowed there.
No, it's not a multi-unit dwelling. It's basically a structure that was previously allowed to be the group home. That's since expired, so there really is no current use that's approved there right now.
Is anybody living there right now?
I'd have to ask the applicant to speak to that if we wanted them to.
Well, regardless of whether somebody is living there right now, if the owner wanted to live there as a single family home, could they do that? Would there be anything?
That's why they're in the use review process. Technically, it's not a legal use until you go through the use review process.
Okay, but it would be like a non-conforming use, or like would anybody kick them out if they just lived there? Like what's triggering the use review? Is it because they want to update the property?
Yes, the applicant came in for a building permit to do some updates to the property, and that's why it entered into this process. Once it was identified that both the site review amendment to do maintenance to the existing deck was going to be needed, as well as the use review, because the proposed use is just a single family home use.
Okay. I am curious whether anybody is living there now. Let's just, we don't have to ask that question, but if somebody were living there now, would anything prevent them from continuing to live there if we did not approve this use review?
I don't know if legal staff wants to weigh in on that. My general understanding is that if there's a complaint based, like a complaint's brought up, then the city would go through enforcement actions on that. So right now the property owner is in the process of going through this review to try to, bring everything up to the correct legal status.
Okay, I do have a couple of other questions. Thank you. So if we approve this use review for the single family use, could the property owner, my assumption is it would be legal for them to demolish the existing structure and come back with a different build, whether by right or site review?
No, the use review is only really applicable to what's shown on these plans and the site review. So if they were to come back in and redo, my understanding is that they would need a new review for that new structure. Let me know if that's incorrect. Anyone else that wants to speak to that?
But would they need a new use review, or they would just need a new site review if they wanted to convert this into a very large home? Once the use review is approved as a single family home, could they expand it, make it bigger, put another floor on top of it, knock down the building that's there?
My understanding is no. I don't know if Hella wants to speak to that.
After the use review is approved, I guess we'd have to look at the amendment criteria if you make changes to the approved use and whether or not that would require additional review, and I suspect it would.
It probably would, yeah.
But it wouldn't be a change to the use. It would just be a change to the structure, right? We've already approved it as a single family home. Why couldn't they expand it once it's approved as a single family use?
I think it's based on the review criteria we have in the code, and some of it, just looking at it, I didn't work on this particular approval, but it talks about pedestrian interest and so forth. There could be changes to that. But generally, if there's physical changes to the property, there's a review involved with that, if a use review was approved.
Yeah, and we have our typical conditions of approval on this that we apply to most all of our use reviews that speak to the applicant shall not expand or modify the approved use unless they go back through this process.
Well, that's the approved use. I'm not talking about the approved use. I'm talking about expanding or modifying the approved building. Right? It would still be a single-family home.
Yeah, typically for a use review, we would take the conditions that it's in, things like the square footage of the building, that sort of thing. And so if there was a proposal to, double the square footage of the building and rebuild it or something of that nature, that we would consider that an expansion of the use.
Okay, interesting. I didn't anticipate that. That's good to know.
Well, and we'd still have to re-amend the PUD, so there would be a process associated with that as well. So that could be either an administrative procedure or we'd have to amend the PUD in a similar process.
Okay, thank you. And then the last couple questions I have relate to the analysis that was done about the use review criteria, and in particular, looking at whether detached dwellings are the predominant dwelling unit type. This is found on page 40 of the document. And I was curious about, you talk about detached condos. What is a detached condo? I don't think I've ever seen that term before.
Yeah, for this analysis, I tried to look at all of the structures that were kind of in this block radius of this area, in an attempt to kind of provide some numbers to quantify what's going on in this area. So I looked at what we have there. We have detached dwelling units that are on their own lot, and we also have a number of properties where it's a detached dwelling unit and it's on a shared lot and they've been condominiumized, so that each person can have their own ownership of the home. So that's getting into the weeds a little bit, but that's all to say that there was 49% of the structures were a detached home of either on its own lot or condominiumized. Just trying to go through kind of the numbers and the character of what's around there.
So a development that is condos these are all like little cottage units, or they're all their own little detached dwelling unit? Is that what you're saying?
There's a mix of properties in this area. So there's detached dwelling units on their own lot, and there's also detached dwelling units that they're on a shared lot and they've been condominiumized. So
Okay,
they just show
I'm
up
trying to
in our
understand.
system slightly differently.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what detached dwelling units on a shared lot look like. Is that like a cottage court, or is that like townhouses, but they have a foot of separation between them? Or I don't know that I've ever seen.
We have a lot of historic homes where it was built as multiple homes on a lot, like a house behind a house or configurations like that. And over time, folks chose to condominiumize those out so that they could have their own separate ownership of each of those historic homes that were built to like
And
two
is that,
homes on a lot.
okay, that's helpful. And is that characterized as a multi-unit dwelling or a multi-unit project, or as single-family homes?
Those meet our definition of a single family home. Each home is its own detached structure.
Okay, all right. So I guess I'm still not entirely convinced that 49% means that the predominant dwelling type is detached dwelling units, like that's less than 51%, which would be attached dwelling units. So I'm not entirely convinced that it meets the code. We're talking about basically creating a single family home lot in the middle of RH2. There's no single family zoning anywhere even touching this RH2 zone, let alone in the middle of it. And so it feels like going backwards to me. I'm not sure why we're wanting to approve a single family home in the middle of a high density area where we're expecting buildings to be updated and turn over time. Like a lot of the dwelling units around this structure are quite, they look a bit older and like they're going to turn over sometime in the near future. So I am interested in calling this up. I don't know if anybody else is.
Okay, I was just going to say, so based on Laura's questions that have analyzed this in depth, does this, I want to emphasize that, does this pique your curiosity and want to call this up? as a second person. And while a lot of this is interesting, I do question whether or not the questions speak to whether or not we would approve or deny this based on the site review criteria for the zone. So I'm just caution about that.
I just want to clarify, I was focusing on the use review to
Okay.
approve this as a single-family home
Great,
in the
thank
middle
you.
of RH2.
Yeah. Does anyone want to follow along with Laura's desire to call this up?
I will call this up as well.
Okay, so great. We have two and it's called up. Okay, we can move on. The second one is a item 4B, call up item minor subdivision review to subdivide one existing lot into two new lots on the 14,392 square foot property at 855 Union Avenue. This approval is subject to call up on or before May 21, 2025. Questions, comments, concerns, or desire to call it up? Sure.
So I have a question on if the original lot remains as it is, could they put middle housing on there? Is that one of the options?
Excuse me, I believe they could do an ADU.
But not a duplex or a,
No, not in
Triplex.
this particular zone, if I'm not mistaken.
okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no desire to call this up or additional questions, we're moving on to item 5, our public hearing item. Item 5A is a public hearing and recommendation to City Council regarding the following proposed ordinances. 1, Ordinance 8700, amending Section 2-2-15, Neighborhood Permit Parking Zones, and Chapter 4-23, Neighborhood Parking Zone Permits, to update standards for on-street parking management. And 2, Ordinance 8696, amending and Title 9, Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to modify off-street parking requirements and amending Chapter 2 of the City of Boulder Design and Construction Standards, DCS, originally adopted pursuant to Ordinance 5986 to update standards for bicycle parking.
Mr. Chair, can you turn your mic on?
Oh, it was off.
It was
It wasn't, it was not
On the
up.
longest agenda title of all time, sorry.
Okay. Well, I hope the room mics caught that, or do you want me to reread it? Yeah. All right, here we go. Item 5A, public hearing and recommendation to City Council regarding the following proposed ordinances. 1, Ordinance 8700, amending Section 2-2-15, Neighborhood Permit Parking Zones, and Chapter 423, Neighborhood Parking Zone Permits, to update standards for on-street parking management. And 2, Ordinance 8696, amending and Title 9 Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to modify off-street parking requirements and amending Chapter 2 of the City of Boulder Design and Construction Standards, DCS, originally adopted pursuant to Ordinance 5986 to update standards for bicycle parking. Okay, that's our public hearing, and here's how it's going to go. Staff's going to give their presentation. We are going to ask them questions, and then we will have a public hearing, and we will deliberate. But I want to make a distinction between, there's 3 areas tonight that we're discussing. And I just want to make sure, and I was confused by this as I went through the packet. So I made a couple calls today and got some great help. And that is, so because the TDM portion of the holistic view of parking, bike parking, on-street, off-street parking, and TDM were holistically being reviewed. What we have tonight is two parts of that, with a third part being presented, but not with an associated ordinance that we are recommending council adopt, not adopt, or make amendments to. So the TDM portion of the presentation and the packet we are able to ask questions, provide general feedback or specific feedback, but it's distinct from us recommending to council that they adopt the two ordinances as proposed or with modification. And so I would like us as a board and staff to emphasize the the two ordinances that are critical for us to provide our input about tonight, and not to de-emphasize TDM. I love TDM, but I would like us to be more focused and more specific about the two ordinance items. So having said that, staff is ready for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair, for that great intro. Good evening, Planning Board members. My name is Lisa Hood. I'm a Principal Planner with Planning and Development Services. Tonight, I'm joined by Chris Hagelin from Transportation and Mobility and Sam Bromberg from Community Vitality. And we are excited to be here presenting two of the three ordinances. The purpose of you reviewing this tonight is to make a recommendation to City Council on ordinances 8700 and 8696. You've seen this many times, and the chair already alluded to this, but we have been reviewing all three of these topics holistically, from on-street parking, off-street parking, and transportation demand management, or TDM. They have three separate ordinances, so you're looking at 8700 and 8696 tonight. The ordinance for TDM is still being worked on, but is forthcoming. In the next couple of months, you'll have your chance to see the official ordinance, but Chris is here and will provide a lot of detail on the kind of fundamental features of that ordinance. You've seen a lot of this background slides before because we've come to you several times, but for folks that might be online who haven't seen it, I'm still going to go through it and just remind us kind of the framing of this project. AMPS goes back to 2014, so we are 11 years into this project. Phase one focused on bike parking requirements and simplifying some of the standards for certain uses. Phase two, council did not actually adopt the changes. They requested additional data collection. We did the data collection in 2019, starting with phase three. Then we were paused for COVID for several years. We started back up in 2023, and our target completion for the parking side of things is the end of June, and then TDM ordinance following shortly after. The project scope and applicability really comes back to an AMPS report that was adopted by City Council in 2017. So there were so many implementation items in that report that are already complete. There are two that are not complete. Update the off-street parking standards, the vehicle parking standards, and update the TDM plan for ordinance for new developments. So that was the initial scope of this project, was to complete those last two items. Last year, a new aspect was brought into the project, which was the House bill that was passed related to minimum parking requirements. When that came into the fold, we wanted to make sure that we were incorporating on-street parking management strategies. So we were really having a holistic view of parking regulation across the entire city. And that's how Sam got brought in to be the third part of our trifecta. Reminder on applicability, this will apply to new development and redevelopment. It does not retroactively require compliance with the new standards. So any new application that would come in after the effective date would have to comply with the new rules, just like almost every other, quote, land use ordinance that you see. We committed to evaluating entire section 996, that's our off-street our parking standard section of the land use code during the project. But the bicycle parking scope was limited to just the design standards. As I said, phase one was focused of the project back 11 years ago was focused on bike parking requirements. And then based on the Transportation Advisory Board, the Planning Board, and City Council's topics of interest in the multiple times that we've come and talked with you all, we focused on design standards. And so that's what you'll see in the ordinance before you tonight. Just highlighting that we have the reason these slides might look very familiar to you is that you've seen them several times, as well as City Council and Transportation Advisory Board. We have received a lot of great direction from you all on the crafting of the ordinance. So thank you for the consistent feedback throughout the last year or so as we've tweaked the scope and confirmed and finalized the scope of what is a very complicated three-part project. I also wanted to highlight the more general community engagement. This project's been focused at mostly a consult level of engagement, but because of the state bill, which I'll explain on a later slide, there are some parts of it that are just an informed level. We've had multiple notifications in our Planning and Development Services newsletter throughout the last year or so, as well as developed a Be Heard Boulder page and a city web page, which houses all of the information about these three topics. We've had several stakeholder meetings over the last probably 6 months or more with Community Cycles and Bike Boulder and kind of bike advocates in the community, as well as general public engagement. We had 6 community consultations over the last few months. We had an event back in September where we actually grouped some of the housing land use code amendments as well as parking, talked with residents of affordable housing communities. And then in March is when we had a really big push of public engagement where we went to the chamber. We had a meeting with the neighborhood and community leaders, our community connectors and residents. We had this meeting where we developed a Boulderopoly Monopoly style game related to TDM and parking, where we got great feedback from affordable housing, folks that live in affordable housing communities and other represented groups, and then a meeting with frequent applicants and technical experts as well. We actually were at Transportation Advisory Board with pretty much the exact same memo, exact same presentation just last week. They did recommend approval. They included in their motion considering comments from the TAB members at the meeting and then some separate written comments, as well as public comments from Community Cycles, which were similar to the ones that you would have received. They also wanted to make sure to express their support for a future work plan item where we can really focus on bike parking and the utilization study. All right, so the presentation, as you know, is split into 3 different topics. I will start with off-street parking standards, then pass it off to Sam. Again, I'm going to go through some of the background that might be basic to you, but just to give some context, the first parking requirements, off-street parking requirements in Boulder were in our 1954 zoning code. This is a fundamental shift to eliminate minimum off-street parking requirements. It's something that's been a part of almost every community zoning code since World War II. They have had a significant influence on urban form and development, as well as the mobility options of people that live in communities around the country. It's usually based on a number of spaces per square foot or a ratio. There's some examples of how that works in Boulder. We also have parking reductions, which you're all familiar with. And we did study during this project about the last 15 years of site review projects, so major development projects have included a parking reduction. Parking reform, as you all are familiar, is a hot topic in zoning lately. So since 2017, when Buffalo, New York was the first major city to eliminate off-street parking requirements citywide, nearly 80 cities in the United States have eliminated their minimum off-street parking requirements, including our neighbor, Longmont. States are also taking note, so 22 states have introduced legislation related to parking reform and 10 have passed it, including Colorado. So last year, Colorado State Legislature passed House Bill 24-1304, and what that bill does is prohibits jurisdictions like Boulder from enacting or enforcing minimum parking requirements for properties that are at least partially located within the transit service area. It doesn't apply to every type of land use. It only applies to multifamily residential development or mixed use, things like that. When we did the analysis of our transit service area, we estimate that 77% of the city's parcels are in the transit service area. You'll remember that this was a big part of the discussion in some of your earliest meetings about this project and whether to apply go further than what the state bill requires and apply it citywide. Compliance is required by June 30th. So that is part of the impetus between the kind of split between ordinances that we're reviewing tonight. And you all know the rationale that the state has used to support eliminating minimum parking requirements locally. You might remember that in those earlier phases, council was asking for data collection about parking supply and utilization. So over the last 10 years, we have done a lot of parking supply and utilization counts at many different times of day, different types of uses. And the conclusion has continuously come back to the fact that along every single type of land use, we have more parking than is being utilized. It differs based on the particular land use, and there might be particular sites that are worse than others, but on average, the parking occupancy is much lower than the parking supply that's been provided by our off-street parking requirements over the last 75 years. One thing that was interesting in the last round to highlight is we actually looked at some projects that had significant parking reductions approved. And what we found is that even those sites that have large parking reductions that had been approved were not fully utilizing the parking that was provided. So that's the background. It's a 51-page ordinance, I think. So it's a long ordinance. So these are the high-level summary of the changes that you'll see. The first is eliminating minimum off-street parking requirements citywide for all land uses. I do want to underscore, this is a big step. This is a very significant zoning change in the last 70 years of zoning. It's been a part of most zoning codes for all of that time. So it's a big step to eliminate the minimum off-street parking requirements because it applies citywide and for all land uses. The reason the ordinance is so long is because parking is intricately intertwined into almost every section of the land use code. And so there are a lot of accompanying code updates that you would have seen that were just references to required parking or our parking reduction processes or procedural things that just once you got rid of the minimum off-street parking requirements, there were just a lot of other parts of the code that need to be cleaned up. Then the other changes I wanted to highlight are related to things that we've talked about at previous meetings and we've received direction from you all and from TAB and City Council. We wanted to make sure to be able to support shared parking. So the parking that does exist, we want to be efficiently utilized by multiple uses. So we have a differentiation in the definition to make sure that shared accessory parking is different than a principal parking facility like just a parking garage. We've talked about EV charging before. There's a minor change that we've included in the ordinance that updates our energy conservation code, which previously had some language about required parking. And so it's just been updated to talk about provided parking. Finally, bicycle parking standards. I have another slide on this, but we've talked again about those parking design standards. The feedback we got from Planning Board, TAB, and City Council over those many meetings was to look at the design standards and see how we could improve both bike security and also the usability, especially for cargo bikes and e-bikes, which have become more prominent since the major update in phase 1 in 2014. Going into a little more detail on bike parking standards, just so you know exactly what the changes are. So related to the larger bikes, the cargo bikes that we've talked about before, where there's a requirement for more than 20 spaces or 20 spaces or more, the ordinance includes a 5% requirement that those be spaced or sized for those larger bikes. Related to vertical and tiered racks, something else we've talked about, the ordinance limits the number of those higher racks to a maximum of 50% of the required spaces, and they have to have a mechanically assisted lifting mechanism. So to explain these photos, the one on the left is a bad example. This is an apartment building in Denver where all of their parking is vertical and there are no lifting mechanisms to help people get their bikes up there. The one on the right is what we would call tiered racks, which is a little less common in Boulder, but just also limiting that requirement or the maximum to 50% for those. Related to e-bike charging, for long-term parking where there's more than 100 spaces required, we've added in a requirement that 5% of those be able to be charged. We've talked before about safety issues with that. That is covered by the fire code to ensure that those spaces where there might be charging would be safe. And then we've talked a lot with stakeholders about increasing an emphasis on security for bikes. And so you'll see a lot of new language integrated into the bike parking standards related to tamper resistant anchors, heavy duty locks, just adding more transparency, surveillance, and illumination, and just generally trying to incorporate crime prevention through environmental design or CPTED principles into our standards. Also, we've incorporated some improved wayfinding requirements, like additional requirements for signs to help people find where the bike parking might be if it's not obvious. And another aspect related to wayfinding is there's a new prohibition that doesn't allow designs to require the use of stairs to access a bike parking area. I'm going to pass it off to Sam, who will go through the on-street parking management side.
Thanks, Lisa. Hi, everyone. I'm Sam Bromberg, Senior Project Manager with Community Vitality. Thanks for having me here tonight. I'll be talking about our on-street parking management strategies. To better manage on-street parking as the city grows.
Excuse me, just one second.
Yeah, sorry.
Lisa, given the length of, would you like us to hold questions on all three areas until the end? Is that preferable versus taking questions about the three specific divisions in the subject?
When we went to tab, we did it all the way through, but I think it's up to the chair's discretion. If you'd like to stop, we're about halfway through now, I would say, in the number of slides.
Keep going. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. To better manage on-street parking as the city grows and transportation patterns evolve, Boulder's planning to update the Neighborhood Permit Parking, or NPP, program. The goal is to expand NPP availability to all neighborhoods, not just low-density areas, and to introduce new tools through the Residential Access Management Program, or RAMP. These updates will help us more effectively address potential parking impacts from new and redevelopment projects in light of the potential elimination of parking minimums. Based on our research and what we heard from the community, we're proposing to reduce residential permit allocations from 2 to 1 per licensed driver. Engagement showed that most NPP households own about as many vehicles as they have licensed drivers, so for many this change will have little impact. Permit data also suggests that this shift could reduce the total number of permits issued by about 15%. This proposal supports one of the key goals of the project, which is encouraging better use of off-street parking and reducing the number of vehicles stored long-term on public streets. For households without off-street parking who still need more permits, there's a backup option, which is flex permits, and we'll get to that shortly. To help manage demand in higher density areas, we're also recommending the city manager the authority to cap total residential permits in a zone when going through that public zone creation process to ensure that we're not able to issue more permits than there are available curbside spaces. We heard clearly from the community that the current guest and visitor permit system is confusing and perhaps not well utilized. A lot of folks said it's hard to understand the difference between guest and visitor permits and what rules apply to each. The data backs that up. Most people only use guest permits a few times a year or not at all, and visitor permits even less. To simplify things, we're proposing to replace both with 2 new streamlined options. One is day passes and one is flex permits. The day passes, for the day passes, households and NPPs would get 25 per year. Each one is good for 24 hours and can be used one at a time or back to back across different days and vehicles. Based on feedback, 25 should cover most households' needs. The flex permits would be valid for an entire calendar year and are meant for folks who have more intensive needs of the curbside space. So long-term guests, extra household vehicles, or regular visitors like caretakers or service providers, they're going to be priced the same as a residential permit to reflect their higher value. The new setup is designed to be simpler, more flexible, and better align with actual usage while also discouraging misuse. To stay ahead of parking issues that can come with big new developments or redevelopment projects, we're proposing a new step, which is that whenever traffic assessment is required based on Boulder's design and construction standards, we'll also do a city-led parking study. These studies would look at parking occupancy, how many trips the project is likely to generate, and how easy it is to get around by other modes like walking, biking, or transit. That information would help us decide whether to create a new NPP zone, adjust an existing one, or remove a zone if it's no longer needed. To help with school access and ease congestion, staff is recommending that the city manager be given the authority to create park and walk zones near schools. In these zones, people could park more than once per day, as opposed to one longer 2-hour session, making it easier to handle both drop-offs and pickups or school events, rather than just being able to park once per day in the zone. The change will give the city permission to implement this program. Once we have that permission, we can work with BVSD staff to determine our approach to the implementation. We want to be smart about where we're implementing it and make sure that it's on blocks that make sense for pedestrian access to the schools. Based on feedback from City Council, staff is proposing a pilot program in the Goss Grove neighborhood. The pilot will switch from time-limited parking to mobile pay-only paid parking for people without permits and provide free eco-passes to all the residents there. Goss Grove was chosen because it scores high on parking demand, transit access, and housing density. This pilot will help us find out 2 things. One is, can paid parking revenue cover the cost of giving residents free eco-passes? And 2, how does switching to paid parking change parking demand and behavior on the street? The paid parking will be managed through Park Mobile and will track transit usage to see overall effects of the pilot. The goal is to reduce reliance on cars, improve parking management, and see if paid parking can support our transportation demand management efforts in the long run. Staff completed a financial analysis to make sure that the proposed changes can keep RAMP financially sustainable in the long run. The analysis looked at removing underperforming NPP zones, which was something that we had recommended in the 2024 RAMP report, limiting how many permits are issued, 2 to 1 per person, replacing guest and visitor permits with day passes and flex permits, and then the potential addition of paid parking and offering free eco passes to residents. This table on the slide shows the analysis for all these proposed changes except the pilot, which is the paid parking and the eco passes. That was included in the memo packet. The pilot itself is expected to maintain cost recovery. And if eco passes are offered in all NPP zones with revenue from paid parking, it would still be expected to achieve cost recovery or maintain cost recovery. If paid parking is not implemented and we wanted to offer free eco passes to residents of NPP zones, we would need to double the cost of the permit fees to be able to maintain that cost recovery. I think that's all of my slides.
Thank you, Sam. Chris Haglund, Principal Project Manager with Transportation Mobility, here to give you an update on the Transportation Demand Management Plan requirements for new development. Staff has been asked to design a TDM ordinance that mitigates the impacts of new development on our transportation system, adjacent properties, and surrounding neighborhoods, to expand multimodal infrastructure and access, and to contribute to meeting our citywide goals. The ordinance would apply to all projects, including by right, site review, and form-based code that meet the size thresholds. The approach uses a tiered approach with the smallest projects, aka tier 0, being exempt from the ordinance. Medium sized projects, or tier 1, would have some requirements, while the largest projects, tier 2, would have more requirements, including trip generation targets and a monitoring process to measure compliance. Since most of the most effective TDM programs and annual let me start again. Had a little problem with my page. Since the most effective TDM programs and services have annual costs that are ongoing, the approach uses a financial guarantee model to ensure that funding is available to implement these TDM programs. So in this approach, the developers or the property owners pay the annual financial guarantees, which are held by the city and then dispersed to the employer tenants or residential property managers to implement the TDM plans. As explained in the memo, this leg of the AMPS project will return to boards and council in the fall. I believe we have dates in August and then a council date in September for this ordinance. So as I mentioned, boards and council in previous trips supported a tiered approach that would focus our efforts on the most impactful development projects, and also to manage staffing needs and resources to manage a new compliance program. Following additional work, staff recommends using a three-tiered approach, as I had mentioned. Tier 0, the smallest projects being exempt. Tier 1 having some requirements, and Tier 2 having more requirements. We are also looking at some other exemptions. Currently, MU4, RH6, and RH7 have a TDM ordinance attached to them. Those originally found in Boulder Junction, so we could exempt those. And then we're also working on how to deal with permanently affordable housing. Certainly providing some exemptions may reduce the financial burden, but we still want to expand these programs and have the residents of these permanently affordable housing developments have access to these important TDM programs as well. So we're looking at how to balance affordable housing in that respect. In this tiered approach, we've come up with a number of different scenarios. This is kind of our middle scenario of looking at what the different square footage or number of residential units would constitute each tier. This chart also shows that if we looked at the years between 2019 and 2024, roughly how many plans would fit into each tier, to give you an idea of where they would fall on this type of scale, what the average plans per year would be, the percent of the plans that are submitted, which tier they would be in. But I think what's really interesting, even though we have this tiered approach where some properties would be exempt, overall, this approach would cover the vast majority of square footage or residential units being proposed in the city. For our metric of success, we're looking at vehicle trip generation. Vehicle trip generation studies can be done accurately. They do not rely on surveys. We also have access to our Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation tables that we can work from or that are highly respected. For the Tier 2 projects, we would look at creating a standard methodology for setting those targets that would be based on zoning size and location, and we would want a third party to conduct those trip generation studies and submit a report. Overall, we're looking at a general kind of default goal of around a 30% reduction from ITE rates. Of course, we could have some flexibility in this for different types of land uses such as retail or specialty housing. So we're looking into that as well. As I mentioned, the cornerstone of the ordinance is the use of financial guarantees. The city currently uses a financial guarantee model, mostly for eco-passes and mostly of a limited duration, because the most effective TDM programs have ongoing annual costs. We'd be looking at ongoing and annual financial guarantees for both Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects. Those funds, again, would be held by the city and then dispersed to the tenants to fund TDM programs that are approved at the staff level. A secondary remedial financial guarantee would be needed for the Tier 2 projects. These are the ones that have the vehicle trip generation targets. So let's say we have a development that does not meet its target, then you can use a portion of the remedial fund to augment the annual fund, thus increasing the overall amount and being able to amend the TDM program and offer new incentives to either those employees or residents. The rates would be based on square footage, which is a proxy for the number of employees, since most of our TDM annual costs are related to per employee or the number of residential units. We would be looking at requiring different TDM elements depending on the context. Some of these may be eco-passes or transit incentives, or let's say if the eco-pass is not considered to be the most effective tool because of location, you may use a transportation wallet idea. But we're also looking at when would we require different types of parking management, whether this is the unbundling of parking on residential neighborhoods or paid parking or a parking cash out for commercial sites. But there are a number of different TDM elements that could be required, so we're in the process of determining those requirements. Now, of course, the annual financial guarantees under this TDM model ordinance would have a new ongoing cost for our property owners. But at the same time, our elimination or potential elimination of the minimum parking standard would mean that there would be significant cost savings. We have, through our engagement process, updated some of these numbers from the last time you saw them, where some of the underground parking people are saying they're coming in at more closer to around $100,000 per spot. So you can imagine a development that builds 10, 20, 30 less parking spots. That is significant cost savings, which then we're being asked to invest into these ongoing TDM programs. Of course, parking also has annualized maintenance costs as well. But we see that with the elimination of the parking minimums, this could fund TDM for years or even decades. Just to kind of give you an understanding of what different projects would go through in terms of the steps they would go through. So a tier 1 project, its size and land use would determine the tier and therefore the annual financial guarantee. The developer would submit an initial TDM plan design. That plan would be approved at the staff level. Once tenants are actually in that development after construction, that TDM plan could be adjusted based on that context, adding that flexibility to it. That TDM plan would be implemented, and then there would be an annual report from that property owner showing that the annual financial guarantees funds were spent and the TDM plan that was approved was actually implemented. We could look at some remedial actions, maybe adjusting those TDM plans based on feedback from the property owner and the tenants, and then all of it would feed into kind of an ongoing evaluation process where we're continually looking at the TDM process or annual financial guarantee rates to make adjustments over time. A tier 2 project would have a slightly different path. We'd look at the size and tier to determine the annual financial guarantee and that secondary remedial financial guarantee. Again, the next few steps are the same in terms of the initial TDM plan, the approval at the staff level, any adjustment once we actually have tenants in the building. That TDM program would be implemented. After a year, we do a vehicle trip generation study conducted by a third party using a methodology created by staff that would produce an annual report, and we would know whether or not they were in compliance, whether they were meeting their trip generation target or not. If they were meeting it, great. 3 years in a row, you're done with annual monitoring if you're in compliance. If you're out of compliance, not meeting your target, there will be remedial actions, including the use of that remedial financial guarantee to increase that annual amount and be able to provide further TDM programs and incentives to those tenants. And again, ongoing monitoring. So just to kind of reiterate, for the tier 2 monitoring process, there'd be a trip generation target, there'd be the annual studies and reports. If a property is in compliance 3 years in a row, that's great. The annual monitoring stops, and we could have them monitored every 5 years or case-by-case basis. But if they're out of compliance, again, that portion of the remedial financial guarantee is used to augment the annual, a new TDM plan is formed based on that new amount of money coming in, and then a new 3-year cycle would start. So in terms of next steps, as you can imagine, this is a very complex ordinance. It's a brand new ordinance that we're writing. So we are following our public engagement in March, and then further engagement in April. We're looking at some refinements, looking at land use designation and those exemptions. Initially, we're looking at kind of general commercial, office, and industrial. We see the need to further split those into more land uses to be in the charts. We're still looking at the annual financial guarantee and remedial financial guarantee rates. and what those would be, developing different scenarios that we'll ask for your consideration in August. We're looking at the TDM and parking management strategy requirements, what would be required in what context, understanding the compliance process and enforcement for those projects that may be out of compliance. Again, we'll return to boards and council in the fall with a draft ordinance for your consideration. If that ordinance is passed, then we're going to shift a focus. We'll be looking at all the internal standard operating procedures that we have to create kind of within transportation mobility, planning and development services, and our financial team, which would be handling the financial guarantees. We would develop a property owner and developer toolkit so that they understand the ordinance and how to comply to the ordinance, and develop TDM plans with the support of staff and organizations like Boulder Chamber Transportation Connections. Then we would have to create the external facing TDM ordinance program pages to let folks in the general public know about what the ordinance is. And then we would be expecting to implement this ordinance in 2026. And that is all I have. Thank you for your time.
And I do have a couple just concluding. So in summary, these are the three topics and kind of the main issues that we talked about. But just to highlight the key issues, this speaks to how the chair also talked about splitting up the conversation. But the key issues that we've laid out in your memo on page 2 is, first, does planning board recommend any modifications to either ordinance 8700, which is the on-street parking management ordinance, or 8696, which is the off-street parking standards? And then second, does planning board want to provide any additional guidance regarding the TDM ordinance that's still under development that will complement the other ordinances? We have a suggested motion, and that's also in your packet. So the motion would follow both of the two ordinances, and we're happy to take any questions.
Great. As it was with the other times, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And it's nice to see this evolve. So again, good work. And now it's time for questions. And let's focus on questions, and then we'll do deliberations and comments and motions. But questions now is an excellent time.
Just a procedural question. I'm wondering if we should do we want to do questions on all three pieces and then advice and recommendations on all three pieces at the same time, or one by one do, okay, questions on the first ordinance and recommendations for the first ordinance, and then move on to the second, and then move on to the last piece? It's easier for me to organize my thoughts. Let me ask the questions and then let me give my advice on this piece, close this piece out, move on to the next piece, but I'm willing to be overruled if other people prefer different.
I'm fine with starting in the way ordinance 8700, in the way it was in the packet, was 8700, 8696, and then TDM. Is that right?
Yes, although it's a little confusing because I talked first and it was 8696. So
right. Okay. Packet and your order are two different things. But anyway, I'm going to propose we take Kurt, you look like you're ready to speak. You have a proposal?
Well, I was just going to suggest doing 8696 first.
Okay.
Because I think that may be the bulk of the comments.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's do this. We're going to take 8696. Let's first focus on questions that might help us clarify our input or motions or modifications to motions. But let's focus on questions on 8696 first, and then we'll debate 8696 and then move on from there. Is that agreeable? Okay. All right. Who's got some questions ready about?
If I may interject for a moment, you
Okay.
also need to fit in a public hearing at some point.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, public hearing. Thank you. That's a good reminder. Okay. We're going to, okay, let's go. The way we normally do this is questions, public hearing, and then we come back for debate. So we're going to do that. But that actually, that means we need to do all three, because we don't want to have 3 sessions of public hearing. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Amanda, Hella. Okay, yeah, this stuff's complicated.
Could we still do our questions in 3 rounds just to keep them organized and to make sure that
Sure.
we're not necessarily repeating each other?
Okay, let's start with questions on 8696, move to questions to 8700, move to questions about TDM, have a public hearing, and then we'll go back around to input, motion making, etc. Okay, all right, we want to keep it legal and efficient. All right, okay. Questions on 8696. Claudia.
I have at least one that I'm ready to go with. How would the new rules in 8696 affect parking where there is an existing approved PUD or site review? So would properties developed under prior approvals have an opportunity to make changes to their parking supply? And if so, how?
Yes, they would. There is a section of the ordinance that speaks to prior approvals and essentially makes, it says no other approval has any force or effect. It's on page 55 of your packet. So essentially, if you're modifying a PUD, the PUD used to require 100 spaces. If we have no minimum off-street parking requirement, they can determine how many parking spaces they would want on that and be able to make those changes.
Okay, so would they have to go through any sort of administrative review process to do that?
No,
Okay, thank you.
unless it affected other features of the PUD.
Okay. And then one more question. How do we currently calculate, or how are ADA parking requirements calculated?
They are based on provided parking. So the number of ADA spaces is based on if you provide 10, so it's not related to required parking.
So the
at all.
ADA does not require parking outright in any circumstances. A
Correct.
building could have no parking, and that's fine according to the ADA.
Correct, but if it has 4 spaces or whatever number of spaces, they need to have the correct number of ADA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Kurt?
Sure. Let me start with section 964A1B, which relates to you put a change in there, but it relates to displaying merchandise in parking areas. And I'm just not clear if that refers to on-street parking or off-street parking. Do you need that citation again? 966A1B.
Do you have a packet page, Kurt?
Oh, so related to temporary events? That's what
Yeah.
you're talking about? Okay. Repeat your question. Sorry. I was
No, that's
finding it
fine.
in the page.
Yeah. It talks about you can't put merchandise in a parking area. Is that an on-street parking area? Is that an off-street parking area? It doesn't seem to clarify.
Well, it's a specific land use or it's use type, so temporary event. So it would apply to private property. So it would not be relevant to public right of way.
So you can't, if you have a parking lot, you can't put under that, you can't put merchandise, you can't have a sale and put merchandise in your parking lot?
For the temporary events, which are limited, they're typically like Christmas tree sales, things like that. It's not something I'm super familiar with.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Charles, if you maybe know more about that.
On temp sales versus, let's see, we're at 966 right now.
966A1B was, and it just came to my attention because there were changes made in there. And it seemed, especially since we're no longer requiring parking in the first place, it seemed surprising that we said that you can't put merchandise in your parking lot. Okay, well,
Oh, and this applies to industrial properties, right?
It's actually, so it's not, I'm seeing temporary event as 966H1H, and that's
Yeah.
the prohibition from selling merchandise. That's not something we were attempting to change.
Yeah, 966A1B is about merchandise being stored in industrial uses.
I don't have that in the ordinance.
Is there a mix-up
I think-
between the red line, the proposed future numbering and the current numbering?
No, because I think this is right at the one of the first changes, so I don't think that there's a change there. Yeah, it's what you said, Charles. Well, okay, I don't want to belabor this. It's not a big deal. But I will maybe then just hold that as a minor comment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Then, let's see, in nine 14D, and yes, I should have gotten packet pages, and I failed to do that, which was dumb. I'm sorry. We have these thresholds in terms of the lot area for the amount of parking as a proportion of the lot area and where the higher landscaping standards go into effect. And I'm just wondering where I think we have a 50% threshold and a 60% threshold, and were those just kind of rule of thumb, or is there any particular basis for those 50%, 60%?
That was based on professional recommendations of our urban designer and landscape architect on the staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have we seen properties that are, or projects that have parking over 50%, over 60% of the lot area?
I would have to defer to them, but this was the number that they recommended, and it's not something that we typically see. As Chris mentioned, parking is very expensive. Maybe decades old parking might have done that, but in recent years, we haven't seen a ton of that level of property being used for parking.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I have one kind of major question, which is about what seemed to me to be effectively parking requirements in the DCS for particular street typologies. So the DCS for shoot, I didn't write down what street typology it says, but a common parking court must be provided at a ratio of 0.5 additional spaces per unit, for example. Another one, this is in the residential street 2.09 residential street area. 2 on-site parking spaces meeting all city requirements shall be provided on each single-family lot. These are in cases where there isn't on-street parking. Did you look at that and decide that that didn't need to change? Because in effect, those seem like they are parking requirements.
Yeah, that's a great highlight. So the scope of the project had to remain fairly limited. And so while there's one small change to the DCS related to bike parking or bike lockers, it was not an overhaul of the design and construction standards. That is, there is a planned update in the next year or two on the design and construction standards. It's an engineering document, very different from the land use code. And so it's not something that we incorporated in the scope of this project to review the DCS. And
you're not concerned that these parking requirements will make us inconsistent with HB 241304?
Defer to legal.
Do you have the section those are in?
I can give you a specific section. So in the DCS, section 2.09 D3F for example.
And maybe you can ask the next question and I'll try to find it
Yeah.
and take a look at it.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Might take me a little bit.
Okay, those are all my questions for now.
Okay, we're going to come back to you on your question there, Kurt. Other questions? Laura?
Okay. Thank you, Chris and Lisa and Sam. So on this section, so right now with site review, we do see the how much parking is provided, what type of parking is provided, EV spaces. We also see the bicycle parking. Will we still see those things in site review? Will that still be part of the process, even though we no longer have parking minimums?
Yes, that's still an important part of the site design that you'd be reviewing.
Okay, thank you. I know that you looked at a lot of peer cities, and it talks about how Buffalo, New York was the first major city to remove parking requirements citywide. And it does say that 53% of new projects provided the same amount or more off-street spaces than was previously required by code. That's a concern that I have, is that currently our tools give us the ability to ask the applicant to provide less parking. There's an incentive to do that. Will we have any tools, once this goes through, if it passes, to try to get less parking on site if we think the project is overparked?
So that was something that we raised, I can't remember if it was the previous meeting or the one before, but we asked about maximum parking requirements because many cities, especially the first few like Buffalo, that eliminated minimum parking requirements, instituted a maximum parking requirement. However, in looking at the research, the maximum parking requirement didn't have much impact on the number of parking spaces that ultimately are provided. And ultimately, it's the same approach to kind of picking a number that a maximum would be. And we would have the administrative, we would just have to replace parking reductions with maximum parking reductions. So administratively, we're kind of zero sum to add maximum parking. So when we talked about that in the previous, when we've come back for direction and made that point, the direction we got was that we didn't need to have maximum parking requirements. There is the site review standard related to site access and design, where planning board is able to make that finding on the criterion about whether the site's being overutilized for excessive paving and things like that. So we would have that, but it would not be a numerical quantitative. You have 101 spaces and the maximum is 100. We ultimately did not think that was necessary in the ordinance.
Okay, so there's not much, if I'm understanding correctly, there's not much of a tool to request less parking or even to have a yardstick to know if the project is overparked.
Without maximum parking requirements, no.
Okay. So we wouldn't get any kind of calculation that says previously this project would have had a parking minimum of X spaces and they're requesting Y spaces. We're not going to get that analysis anymore.
Without minimum parking requirements, it wouldn't be part of the code. You could certainly consider it and do the math, go back in old code versions, but it wouldn't be something you should base, I guess, that you would base a decision on.
Okay. So in effect, it would make it discretionary again in terms of, is this project minimizing the amount of pavement that is necessary?
Correct. It's a discretionary standard in site review.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Another question, on page 90, you talk about some small projects can require a planning board approval simply because of a parking reduction request currently. I'm just curious, how many projects, did you do any kind of analysis of how many projects have gone through site review simply and only because of a parking reduction request?
That's a great question. We have that data, but I don't have it at my fingertips right now.
Okay, that's okay. It's mostly curiosity. I don't think it's going to impact my advice. This may be a repeat of Kurt, your question. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening as much as I should have because I was focused on revising something. But on page 152, it talks about expansive parking lots. And if a project is determined to have expansive parking lot, which is more than 50 or 60% of the total lot area, then they have extra landscaping requirements. How was that 50 or 60% determined?
Yeah, so
is that the same question?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. So it was the professional recommendation of our urban designer and landscape architect on staff.
Okay, that amount of payment should have more landscaping.
Yeah, and that it was equivalent to kind of what the previous requirements had been, which was, I think, 110% or 120% of what the requirement was.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry for the repeat there. A quick question about the tiered racks in the bike parking requirement. You said that no more than 50% can be tiered or hanging racks. How are those tiered racks calculated? Are you calculating all of the spaces on both the top rack and the bottom rack for the tiered racks, or are you only counting the top rung?
Each parking space would count as one.
Okay, if it's a tiered rack. So the ones that are horizontal on the bottom would also count in that 50% of maximum tiered and hanging.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the 50% comes from logically, like the ones above and below 50.
Okay, so so like if they have a tiered rack, you count every space in that tiered rack, and that counts within that 50% that can be tiered or hanging. Is that right?
The upper racks are limited. So if you had 20 spaces, you can only have 10 that are high.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So for every tiered rack, you're only counting the upper tier as contributing to that 50%.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's useful to know. I'll stop there. Thank you.
ML?
Thank you, folks. That was an enlightening presentation. I appreciated seeing the data and the facts and, how we're getting to where we're going. I have 4 questions on Ordinance 8696. First off is, so if we have no parking requirements citywide, but we have 2 zones that have maximum, why are those 2 zones unique?
Yeah, so actually the research I was mentioning about maximum parking requirements, while the conclusion from that research was that citywide maximum parking requirements generally don't have the benefit to waive the cost of them, location-specific maximum parking requirements can be a useful tool. And so where we have instituted maximum parking requirements would be like Boulder Junction, where we are really trying to drive a specific mode. And so having those location-specific ones. So there would still be opportunity in the future to add location-specific maximum parking, and that those maximum parking requirements have been maintained in this ordinance.
Okay, so we do have that in our current, or in this proposed ordinance, and we could expand it, is what I'm hearing you say.
What was the last thing you said?
It could be expanded to other areas.
Correct.
If we need
Yeah.
it. Okay. So the second question I have here is the single-family residential without a garage. So they need to provide 2 bike spaces, 75% long-term and 25% short-term, and all the specificities that go with that. It seems like a mighty lot of burden for a single-family residence. Did I understand the code to say that?
If they have, without a garage.
Correct.
Yes, they would have to have two bike parking spaces per unit.
And the long-term one needs to have the cover, and it needs to have certain kinds of security and locks, and this is somebody's house.
Right, it would have to meet the long-term bike parking standards.
Is that common to have those big requirements on a single house?
It's typical to have long-term parking standards, yes, and I didn't see other cities where it's differentiated by land use type.
Oh, okay. Next set of questions, same ordinance. So if there's no parking requirement, if that becomes policy, developments such as shopping malls, would they be able to reuse that land that is now parking?
Yes, it would open up a lot of flexibility for folks to renovate existing parking that might be underutilized for other uses.
And it's basically free land, right, for the people because it had been used up as a code requirement. Does the city have any thoughts about development fees on newly available land like prior parking?
We have not gotten into that or haven't talked about that.
Wouldn't they be subject to, this is an interesting topic, I'm sorry to.
No, go ahead.
Okay, but let's say Baseline and Broadway which is an underutilized parking lot. They wanted to add an additional pad. Okay, Starbucks wants to move over a little bit and fine, they're going to add an additional pad. That pad would go through the city process and incur all standard city fees and everything, building permits, tap fees, all those sorts of things.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but you were asking
Was
about
that your question?
like something on top of that. Is that?
Well,
impact
yeah, because
fees.
it was land that wasn't really available. I think of it as free land, right? Suddenly they can do something with this land that was just sitting there, as Mark pointed out, in some cases, not being used for its intended purpose. But that's not part of the conversation yet.
We haven't.
I think
touched
we did
that.
ask the question before, I think George asked his question before, just saying, hey, there's, something economic going on here that should be considered. Those are my questions. Thank you. Thanks.
Mason, Claudia? Mason, go ahead.
Again, thank you for your presentation. These sets of codes, do they regulate how schools are built?
We do have parking requirements for schools currently.
Okay,
So without having parking requirements.
So schools are part of this. Okay, great.
Mhm.
Just wanted to make sure.
Just a point of clarification.
Sure.
Because we did review New Vista.
Mhm.
And if it's a BVSD school,
Uh-huh.
they can tell us to take a hike on our thoughts on parking and bike
Everything.
storage and
Yeah.
everything. Just
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But other non-BBS.
other non-BVSD.
I see. I see. That's the distinction.
Well,
Thank you.
CU is also accepted, of course.
Yeah. Of
Yeah,
course,
the
of
difference
course.
is
BVSD
public
and
and
CU,
private.
everything is covered except for CU and BVSD.
Okay, cool. And then I saw, and I hope I get this right, this is the long-term bicycle parking section 996C4H. The language states 100 spots. I was looking at trigger the qualification or the part of the code. I was looking at other cities with similar regulations being proposed, and I saw things like 20, and just things that are much smaller. Is there a reason why this number was 100?
Yeah, so the city just recently adopted the 2024 fire code, and that's the requirement that once you have 5 e-bike charging spaces, they have to have the specific safety requirements for the room or the room that the charging is in. And so if you have 100 and the requirement is 5%, we'd have 5 charging spaces, and then the fire code would apply.
So no, the number was chosen, and this states that if there's 100 bicycle parking spots, then at least 5% must have electrical. But that 100 was chosen because that 5% would trigger
That would
fire.
make 5
Yeah.
parking spaces.
So if it was less, so
You could also do a different mathematical ratio.
yeah, okay, cool. That's all my questions. Did that make sense, Claudia? Sorry.
Could I ask a follow-up to that?
Please.
If a building was built with different construction standards for this fire code, could you have more than 5 e-bikes charging in a long-term storage room?
Yes, so it's just at
Okay.
5 and above is when the fire code would
Okay.
apply. If you only had 4, then the fire code doesn't
Okay,
apply.
so
for
your
safety.
inclusion of the 5% or the number in here was to try to set some sort of number that did not trigger a higher construction standard.
It was to ensure that the requirement was triggering the same requirements that would have fire, because we've talked about the safety concerns.
Okay.
Do you have other questions on 8696?
I do have 2 more quick questions. One also has to do with the bike parking numbers, and that is, how did you arrive at the 5% number for cargo type bike parking?
That was by looking at some other cities that had either code requirements, or a lot of cities just have guidelines for how many should be, divvied up for cargo spaces or larger spaces. And so that seemed pretty in line with some of those peer cities.
Is any of that actually based on use patterns, on market trends?
So something that's been raised several times in conversations is that it would be useful to have a bike parking utilization study. That was not part of the scope of this project. If you'll remember, phase 1 of the project in 2014 was the focus on bike parking. We decided to limit the scope to design standards. And so being able to do that kind of level of analysis just isn't within the scope of this project.
Yeah, I understand that. I was curious if the other cities that you were looking to for models have done that work.
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question was just following up again on this question of ADA parking. I had meant to ask, does HB 1304 address ADA parking at all? Are cities allowed to require ADA parking in frequent transit zones?
I would have to look at the bill specifically. I know it does mention that cities can, or this doesn't impact accessibility requirements. I can look that up also to see exactly how it's worded.
Yeah, that would be really helpful for my comments. Thank you.
Okay. I have just one, and that is on page 146 of the packet, which is, I think, 37 of the memo, of your portion of the memo. The table, what will become 9-4, table 9-4 is currently 9-8. These requirements remain unchanged from some earlier date. When was this table put together? Anybody know how long ago that was?
Can you, it's 9-8 and will become 9-4, the
Yes.
bike parking
Yep.
requirements?
Yep.
This is from phase 1 of AMPS,
Phase 1, which was
2014.
2014.
Correct.
Okay. So 11 years on that. And so the scope of this project, you decided not to modify any of these minimum bike parking requirements.
Correct. We're just focused on the design standards that we had talked with you all at previous meetings about.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Kurt?
Yeah, just a few more on page.
Kurt, did we ever answer your?
No, I was going
Oh,
to come back
okay,
to that. Or
okay.
if you want to.
Yep, I'm ready to
Give thoughts on
respond,
that
and I think we
first.
should delete that requirement.
Okay. And there were 3, I found 3 different similar citations in the DCS.
All right, I'm
Do you
ready
want-
to write them down. Yes.
Okay. So that was 209 D3F, also 209 D2A,
Okay.
and 204 M5A. So if you could take a look at those.
N.
M
M.
as in Mary, 5A.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look at all of those.
Great, thank you. And then a couple of questions. On page 140 of the packet, you are recommending adding, sorry, what did I say? 130, page 130 of the packet. You are recommending adding a 995C8, which reads, residential driveways, any residential driveway, access or curb cut must lead to an off-street motor vehicle parking space, meeting the requirements of the title and the City of Boulder Design and Construction Standards. It seems to me that there can be benefit to having curb cuts that don't lead to an official parking space, like someone just wants a ramp for a wheelchair or a stroller or a motorcycle or something like that. I'm trying to understand why all curb cuts have to go to parking.
This was a recommendation based on our engineering staff. So that's a question I can bring back to them before we finalize the ordinance.
Okay.
For council.
Great. Yeah.
Can I just colloquy on that real quick? We saw one project where this was probably a couple of years ago, and I'm not remembering where the project even was, but they talked about having garages for toys rather than cars. So for things like your kayak or your mountain bikes or your, other things that might be motorized vehicles, but not a car. So I just want to add that to Kurt's very good comment that maybe not all curb cuts need to be for car service.
And then my other question is about a comment that I think was included in a number of the letters that we got about the idea of exempting or excluding bike parking from the FAR calculations to avoid this current situation where there's an incentive for developers to squeeze the bike parking as small as possible because it's not revenue generating space, right? Is that something that you looked into, that you gave consideration to? I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or feedback on that possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought through it. We have on the work plan of future projects a whole evaluation of our floor area ratio, tables, our definition, things like that. It's actually a lot more complex. It seems really simple to exempt bike parking. It's much more complex and much more interwoven into our code and would have more significant implications than I think it appears.
Great, thank you.
And thanks to phone a friend to Carl for finding the state bill reference, if I can. So it's nothing in this section lowers the protections provided for persons with disabilities, including the number of parking spaces for persons who are mobility impaired, including under the ADA Act. So it doesn't lower the requirements for ADA. And like I said before, the ADA requirements are based on provided parking, not required.
Right. So my question was, is there anything in 1304 that precludes the city from having an ADA parking requirement in that frequent transit zone? So let's say, for example, we're proposing getting rid of parking minimums for all uses citywide. Could that be accompanied by something that says, actually, we should have a minimum number of ADA parking spaces in particular land uses?
In interpreting state bill on the fly, I would say that we could probably have our own ADA requirement as long as it is not lower than what the federal requirement is.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think that concludes our Q&A on 8696. Now we go to 8700 Q&A, and then we'll proceed from there. But questions on proposed ordinance 8700. Laura?
Okay. So for 8700, this would give the city manager the authority to limit the total number of permits issued in a zone if that would strain the on-street capacity. So if the permits were limited, how would they be distributed? First come, first serve, annual lottery? Have you gotten that far in terms of thinking about how you make that fair?
Yeah, we haven't gone that far simply because that would only apply to a new zone. So we'd have to kind of stipulate that as we are creating the new zone. Typically what we do for our permits in other areas is they are first come, first serve. So there are plenty of examples of places in the city where, for example, we sell permits to in-commuters, and those are all first come, first serve. They do turn over and then new people can purchase them. But yeah, it is a challenge when you have more demand than you have supply for these permits. So.
Okay.
Laura, can I follow? Before you go on to, this is my only question on this. I didn't understand this statement really at all, because it gives the city manager the authority to limit the total number of permits issued in a zone if the number of dwellings, we're not talking about in-commuters, if the number of dwellings will lead to a strain on the available on-street capacity. So I don't understand, in light of your answer and her question, not even how would we distribute those, but what does it mean that the number of dwellings in a zone would create a strain versus selling in commuter permits or something else? I don't
Right.
understand that.
The in-commuter permits was just an example of how we administer permits when there's
Okay.
more demand than supply, because we do have this current problem in especially our downtown area, for example. What limiting the number, capping the number of permits in a zone based on how many dwelling units, what we're getting at is, let's say there's a zone with 1,500 dwelling units, and that's in an area where, there's only like 5 blocks, and those 5 blocks only accommodate 20 cars each. So you've got 100 available parking spaces and 1,500 units. You don't want to sell 1,500 permits for 100 spaces. And so we have to find a way to cap the number of permits that we'll sell so that we're not, there's no point of having a permit program if you're selling more permits than available spaces. That doesn't do anything to manage the parking. And so that's, I think, what we're trying to get at.
I think I understand that concept. Mark, you're pointing out the word dwellings is exclusive to residential dwellings, but the demand, the on-street capacity and the demand for that capacity might be based on there's a school nearby, there's a business nearby, not just the number of dwelling
Right.
units. Is it somehow related to the fact that this is a neighborhood parking program, or why is it dwellings and not just any potential use for the street capacity?
I'd have to get back to you. Let me look at the section really quick.
And the other part of that query is those 1,500 units in those, that sounds like a lot for that number of blocks, but anyway, we're just,
Just an example, sorry.
Anyway, we've got a lot of dwelling units. Those dwelling units exist. And so when we create an NPP, we have a 6-block area. It's got 1,000 units. Most of those dwelling units have been there for decades. And so what we're doing is creating a pricing and a management system for the existing on-street parking, which is a public asset, and managing that. We're not suddenly creating greater demand or taking away the number of on-street spaces. The condition exists. What we're doing is managing it.
That's true if the area has been existing for a while, but if we're talking about like new and redevelopment and NPPs in zones where there's new and redevelopment, those units might not have been existing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to be forward thinking as well, but I think there's some comments in your question that we can.
Okay. Yeah. You'll get to those. You'll hear from me on those. So, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So later on in the document, and I'm sorry, I don't have a page reference. It says to better manage demand in higher density areas, staff recommends authorizing the city manager to cap the total residential permits per NPP zone, subject to the public zone creation process. So 2 questions. Are we only talking about capping residential permits, or are we talking about capping all permits in these zones?
We already have a process where we cap commuter permits block by block. It's based on, based on like what we think the block can accommodate. We would also be potentially capping the flex permits. Right now we do cap visitor permits in certain areas, and the flex permits are kind of a replacement for that. So we would be capping those as well, in addition to the residential. But basically we're trying to, in a new zone, because this doesn't exist currently, that we're creating, where there's a lot more demand than there is supply for parking. It's going to be trying to figure out how do we accommodate all these different users and it's going to mean caps on every use type, just to make sure that we do have space available for all those different use types.
Okay, so you're not just talking about capping residential permits, but capping any kind of permit.
Right.
Okay. And then I'm not familiar with the public zone creation process.
Yeah.
Can you say a little bit about that? And the reason why I'm asking about it is, does the planning board have any input into that? Does city council have any input into that? Like, what does that public zone creation process look like?
Mm-hmm. So there are certain requirements that need to be met before we'll move forward as a city with a proposal for any kind of parking management. And those are, and one of those requirements is a petition, a public petition. Once those requirements are met, we create a proposal as city staff. We send it out to the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood as well. And we invite public comment. We invite the neighbors to a public hearing, which is held at the Transportation Advisory Board. And then Transportation Advisory Board makes a recommendation to council, and that proposal and TAB's recommendation go to council on consent. They can call it up or not. And then the zone is either created or it's not.
Okay, and so as part of that process is where the caps would be created through this process that goes to council, goes to TAB and then council.
Right. We want to make sure that there's some public participation in that process. We're not just coming up with it and not inviting the public to be part of that conversation.
Got it. I was more concerned with, is this a city manager administrative decision, or does it go through a process that then council weighs in on the caps and all of that? And it sounds like it is a public process that council weighs in on. So that's good to know. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but it says gives the city manager the authority to limit. It doesn't say subject to TAB, subject to council call up. It just says gives the city manager authority to limit the total number of permits issued in a zone.
It does say subject to the public zone creation process on a different page, and I'm sorry that I don't have that page number.
That's.
All right, so am I understanding correctly that the city manager's authority to cap the permits goes through this public zone process?
Right. And that's historically been the case for we haven't had the authority to cap residential permits as a whole, but we have capped certain types of permits like visitor permits. And that has been part of the zone creation process. So we're keeping in line with what we've historically done and just expanding it to make sure that, again, we are able to apply this tool in higher intensity use cases.
Right. Okay. And so would any changes to the cap go through city council as well? Or would the city manager be able to do that administratively?
I need to refer back to the city manager rule, but typically changes to a zone require a public process. So my guess is it would require a public process if we were going to change the cap. But
that would be great to get it to look that up and make sure that we know whether
So it's confusing because there's the neighborhood permit parking program is like there's two different documents that we refer to. We've got our ordinance, BRC language, and then we have city manager rules, because a lot of our processes we want to have outlined in the city manager rule so that it's clear the procedure that we're following. So I'm kind of like going back and forth between the two.
I think it would be good to know what's intended. We might have some comments about it. So I'll move on to, I have just a couple more questions. So am I understanding correctly, the 25-day passes are just given to each household that has a neighborhood parking permit? Is that per permit, per licensed driver, or that's per household?
That would be per household.
Okay, and those are free, right? Those 25-day passes?
Those would be free.
Okay, but the flex permits they have to buy in the same way that they have to pay for the normal permits.
Correct, and they would be the same cost, which
Same
is
cost.
which is a departure from our current practice.
Okay, thank you. Last question. On page 94, it sounds like there has been a longstanding recommendation to remove underperforming NPP zones.
Yes.
What does underperforming mean in this context?
Underperforming the way that we've outlined it is really like a measure of occupancy. So how are the zones being used? If there's like no one parking in them, then do we really need to manage parking in those zones? So that's how we're measuring underperformance. We put out an annual report every year. So the one in 2024 that we put out identified like the 3 most underperforming zones as ones that had been underperforming for multiple years in a row, and that we will be going through a public process to potentially remove. Again, even the removal of the zone requires the public process.
Okay, so underperforming is related to there's not competition for parking in those zones. It's not related to cost recovery or anything like that.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions on 8700? Kurt?
How many NPP zones are there currently?
13, if
13.
you count Chautauqua, which is kind of a funky one, but it's seasonal is why it's funky.
Okay, right.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. And what is the current permit fee, or what are the fees?
Currently, a residential permit is $51.50, I believe, for the 2025 calendar year. Visitor permits are $5 for the calendar year, so it's a it's a big difference.
Wow.
Guest permits are, the first 2 are free, and then any guest permit after 2, I believe, is $5. And those are up to 2 weeks in length. Then we've got commuter permits, we've got business permits, there's like a whole host of other
Right.
permit types. I don't know if you want me to continue or not.
Well, I was wondering about the commuter permits.
Those are, I believe, $39.50 a month in 2025. So they are considerably more expensive than a residential permit.
Yeah, okay. And how many of the zones, I know there are these, 3 that are where there isn't really, there's more supply than demand, I guess,
There are,
potentially.
yeah, there are 3 zones that we've identified that we believe no longer merit parking management
Oh,
based on the demand for parking.
okay. And then of the other 10, I guess, it sounds like the other 10, the demand is greater than the supply.
In the other, I mean, so that's part of the annual report, where we do kind of report back on those numbers. I would say there's a number of zones that are performing pretty optimally, where we're able to manage supply and demand. And then there's a couple zones that are, where the demand is still greater than the supply. For example, in the Goss Grove neighborhood, where we're suggesting this pilot, there's even with the parking management in place, there's still greater demand than there is supply. So we're having some challenges in that neighborhood, which is why we're testing something new.
Okay, which is a perfect segue.
Okay.
Because I was going to ask about that one too. So I'm sorry, I didn't follow all the mechanisms that you're proposing there. So you're talking about paid parking, which that's different from a paid parking permit. Does that mean just like having meters or those kiosk things, or?
Yeah, I mean, so we wouldn't be installing actual kiosks. We'd just be installing the park mobile signage. But it means, so right now in Goss Grove, if you were to go and park and you did not have a permit, you could park once per day for up to 2 hours for free. And so instead of that time limited parking, if you did not have a permit, you can go and park in Goss Grove, but you now have to pay hourly for that parking. For the purpose of this pilot, we're not going to limit the time that you can park, because we're hoping that the pricing is an economic incentive to, eventually create some turnover of parking.
And so you have this app on your phone or something like that, right?
Mhm.
And you put stuff into it. And so if you're if you're a resident there, say, and maybe your car is out on the street all the time, are you charged at the same rate then as a shorter term?
If you
Some-
are a resident of the zone, you'd be eligible to be able to purchase a residential permit.
Oh, so there is still a permit.
Yeah, the
Okay.
permits, we're not doing anything with the ability to purchase a permit. This is just for if you do not have a permit and you're coming in to park for a couple hours, for a day, if if you're just visiting the area, or for example, if you're a Boulder High student and you can't get a permit to park in the Boulder High lot and you choose to park in the Goss Grove neighborhood, now you can park all day as opposed to having to move your car every 2 hours. You just have to pay for that parking.
Okay. And is this also replace the commuter permit?
No,
There's still a commuter
There's
permit.
still a commuter permit. They
Okay,
are like
okay.
chronically sold out in Goss Grove because again, this is an area where demand exceeds supply. So it's one of the things that we're testing it out. We're not entirely sure how everything is going to be able to work together, but it is a pilot for that reason so that we can understand, okay, what is the impact of these changes have on the supply and demand? Because we frankly don't know exactly what the impact is going to be.
Okay, thank you. It looked like Mason
Oh, I
maybe
was
had
going
a
to call
follow-up.
it week, but
Yeah.
are you done or? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so a lot of my questions have been asked, but are related. But there's still some follow-ups. For this pilot project with the additional metering, where do those funds go?
Well, everything that's on street is technically general fund.
Okay.
We are with the intention of the pilot is that we're going to be providing eco passes and it's sort of like a 1-for-1 exchange. And again, we don't know whether, we have estimated, and these are just estimates because when we implement it, everything could change. But
Sure.
our estimates are that we'll be able to generate enough revenue from paid parking to cover the cost of the eco passes. And this is looking at, we have some cell phone data to look at visitation to the area and understand how people are using it. That's kind of how we estimated it. But these are rough estimates. So if we were to generate additional revenue, for example, we might be able to try and offer additional benefits to those residents as well, TDM benefits. Like we could look at, do we offer some Lime scooter credits? Because that was kind of the second most popular option after an eco pass. When we went out and questioned residents about what kind of benefits they would like to see.
But essentially, the money goes back to the residents.
The money goes back to the general fund.
But
Yeah.
then finds its way. Great.
Yeah.
Cool. Did you all consider tiers for number of permits for houses? So instead of having it just be 2 at a flat tier, having it be 1 at one price, 2 at another, that sort of thing?
The permit numbers in terms of the residential permits are per licensed driver, not per household. The flex permits are per household. Does that make sense? So we're not limiting the number of residential permits per household. It's just limited based on how many licensed drivers live in that household. We felt that was more equitable because if you have a household where you have 5 different people rooming together who are unrelated, then one person is not subject to a higher fee than the next person. But that each person who is a licensed driver is eligible to get a permit at the same cost. But if you have one driver who has 2 vehicles, they can only purchase 1 permit, and then they might have to use a flex permit for their second vehicle if they want to park it on the street.
Got it. Similar question. Did you all consider discounted rates for seniors, low income, and disabled residents?
We already offer those
Okay,
for
cool.
our residential permits, yeah.
Great. And I think I had one more. Let me scroll. I didn't edit my stuff. No, I think everything else has been asked. Thanks.
Okay, I've got one I'll follow up on this NPP pricing. So the pricing that you just described to us is the pricing that came about from the really big deal adjustment of a couple of years ago, right? So
Right.
the $51 for
Yeah.
an annual residential permit,
Mhm.
that's actually an increase from what it was a couple of years ago.
That's correct. Yeah. In 2019, we had kind of a overhaul of the program, and cost recovery was identified as one of the major um, directions that we wanted to go, or achievements that we wanted to get to. So we have found that we, at this price, which was kind of where the recommendation ended from 2019, we are achieving cost recovery with the program.
Okay.
Does that answer?
Yeah,
that?
you're
Okay.
achieving cost recovery, but it's not dynamic pricing that responds to market forces, i.e. you have some NPPs where you have an abundance of unutilized parking, and that's priced the same as Goss Grove, where you have a chronic shortage of spaces.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And so speaking of Goss Grove, have you done a pricing survey of CU and Boulder High or BVSD, but in particular Boulder High? Because I know that CU charges more than you. So when you have two stores selling the same item and one charges a lot more, they might have more on the shelf, but they're like, okay, you have another store that says, oh, I'm going to sell lobster for $1 a tail, but I'm chronically out of it. They need to raise their prices. It seems like. So I'm asking you, did you survey to us, is there any variability in your program to actually respond to demand?
Currently, there is not. But we have to remember the different types of permits that are available. So residential permits are only available if you are a resident of that zone.
Right.
But yeah, for example, commuter permits, which are not available, those aren't priced differently based on the zone currently. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on 8700? We still have one more to go here. Okay. So I'm going to propose we do TDM public hearing, which might be very short, and then we'll take a little break. So questions on the TDM program, and again, we don't have an ordinance to parse, but any feedback for Chris as they continue to work on their TDM ordinance? Kurt?
Yeah, the annual financial guarantee and RFG. Yeah, those are in perpetuity, right? As you're currently considering it, like
Correct.
to infinity.
Correct.
Okay.
Based on the idea that TDM programs have annual costs.
Chris, I think your mic is off.
Excuse me, sorry. Yes, currently we are recommending in perpetuity because TDM costs have annual costs, things like the EcoPass. You got to, if that's a requirement, you would have to buy them every year. And so that's how we have it now. But we can also consider, that is a policy lever that you can move. Currently we have usually a 3-year requirement for things like EcoPasses under our current guidelines. Under this new ordinance, you could have it in perpetuity. You could have it 10 years, 15 years, 3 years, but I think, if our intention is to create a program that contributes to meeting city goals, provides increased access to multimodal programs, and mitigates the impact of the development, then that would be in perpetuity. But it is a policy lever that can be changed.
Great, thank you. And then my only other question is about the trip generation study. So you were referencing ITE trip generation handbook, but then you also were showing something with a tube counter, right? So as you're envisioning it now, the trip generation study would be based on actual measurement, or it would be based on the ITE TG
Yeah.
numbers.
We would set the goal based on ITE rate. So we know what, based on land use and size, we have an ITE rate from the trip tables. We would say that our target would be lower because we want to reduce vehicle trips. And then the study would actually measure trips going in and out. We would create a methodology. We would want a third party to conduct the study. It could be done by cameras. It could be done by tubes on the road, to actually count trips going in and out with the standard methodology. And then we would know whether or not the trip count is above or below the target and whether or not they were in compliance with their trip generation count.
So how does that work? Like, I live in a place and I walk out my front door. Am I going to walk down the block to go to McGuckin, or am I going down the other way to get in my car and drive off someplace? How do you measure that?
It's vehicle trip generation. So you're only looking at the vehicle trips that are generated. You're
Right, but
not looking at walking trips. You're looking
But
at
if
the vehicle.
again, if I'm walking out my door to go to get in my car, out,
Well, if you were living in a
down the block.
multifamily residential development, your car would be likely parked on site, if that's the case. And then you would be driving out of an exit and that would say, oh, a trip has been generated.
Okay, so it's assuming the parking on site.
Yeah, we're looking at on the trips
Okay.
generated to the property and from the property.
Well, yeah, and again, I was just imagining someone who parks just on the street, but lives in the development. But it sounds like that would not be captured.
Correct.
Okay.
That would not be captured.
Okay, thank you.
Can I colloquy on that? So if we eliminate all parking minimums. An apartment building goes up that has 20 units and provides no parking, and everybody who has a car presumably parks on the street. So there's no way to calculate the parking impact of that building
That is a good point.
or the trip generation of
Yeah,
that building.
I think that's something we'll have to look at. In that case, you could do surveys. I would say that we would want to rely on actual counts when we can, but we could have surveys as a backup to look at trip generation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
ML?
Just kind of following on that line of thinking. So if a project comes forward and says we don't need any parking, we're not going to provide any parking, the TDM plan would capture their means to provide for all the need on the site. How do people justify zero parking on site? Through what means does that? Is there any
I
way?
guess I don't understand what your question is.
So you just were talking about, an apartment complex that was providing zero parking. And it's surrounded by a neighborhood, and the neighborhood didn't want, all these cars taking up all the spaces that they might need or want. But the accountability to the development to accommodate some basic parking, or to justify, we don't have any parking at all because everybody works for the same company and the same company's right next door. Is there any way to justify a zero on-site parking proposal?
Well, I guess I don't see the purpose of the ordinance as justifying the amount of parking. It's more that if a development had zero parking, they would still have an annual financial guarantee that's based on square footage or the number of units, and that money would be used to provide things like eco passes
Right,
to
so
the
the TD
residents and those. So there's that annual financial guarantee, but I don't think there, we haven't conceived of anything where, we would look at justifying.
Well, no, just how are
amount.
they going to accommodate the cars that do show up there?
Yeah.
And I'm hearing you say
Yeah.
that there would be this money
Yeah,
that would then provide the, I call them the TDM
yeah,
strategies.
yeah, it would pay for that. And then we also have that third leg of stool, the resident access management program, the RAMP. So we could also look at, well, how do we manage
Right.
the on-street parking
Right.
around a development so
Right.
it doesn't negatively impact the surrounding area or surrounding
Mhm,
properties? And so the city could consider, if a development's chart has 0 off-site parking or on-site parking, then what changes should we make to manage demand on the on-street
Right.
parking? And so
Okay.
we could make changes and say, well, instead of free parking, we're going to go to time restricted or paid parking
Right.
on street as a way to mitigate those impacts and
Got it.
manage demand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It all
that
comes
there
back
are-
to the trifecta.
Yeah.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to jump in because you mentioned something that I've been wanting to ask about, and I read the packet, and it's like, wait, what's RAMP, and how is it different from NPP? And I think I asked this at the last time this
Yeah.
was presented, but I'm still a little confused by, you said, oh, we have an apartment building, it has no parking, so we're going to manage parking on the street. But you said RAMP, not NPP. So
Yeah,
now
it's-
I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, it's all access management. RAMP, NPP is one specific program under kind of the RAMP umbrella, right? There's many different ways that we can manage public right-of-way in neighborhoods. One way is through an NPP. One way may be just time-restricted parking. One could be paid parking, right?
I
So there's
see.
many
Okay.
tools.
Okay, so now paid parking though is when I think of paid parking downtown, on-street paid parking with meters and that sort of thing, that's not actually part of RAMP because RAMP is focused on residential.
True. Yeah. I mean, we're just talking, basically,
Oh,
how
okay.
do we as the city want to manage public right of way adjacent to new developments that may have a changing use or an impact on the surrounding properties
Okay.
or residential neighborhoods? Yeah.
So in a residential area, I understand we have RAMP and it's a big thing and NPP is part of it. What are the other tools currently? Do we have any other tools that we've implemented that you would put under the RAMP
Yeah.
umbrella other than NPP?
Well, I would say that it is how we manage parking, whether it's paid, time restricted. So that is one thing.
Mhm.
We also have our curbside management guidelines that we implemented, I guess, now two years ago. We developed a set of guidelines which basically looks at curbside uses that are available that we could change designation of public right-of-way to change curbside uses. There's a wide variety, loading zones, flexible loading zones, designated T&C pickup and drop-off locations. You could have, dining, parklets, there's a whole number of different curbside uses.
Under RAMP specifically, besides the NPP, another good example that we've talked about tonight is the Park and Walk program, for example, BVSD. Just a small example that we covered today.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
That helps me. Okay. Okay, any other TMP questions? TMP, right, okay, yeah. Okay, Laura.
I have some.
Okay.
And thank you again, Chris. Okay, so, and I just want to say about the 0 parking, that could be a commercial building too, right? Not just residential.
That certainly could. And I would say, when you look at best practices across the country, there's different ways to measure whether or not a TDM plan is in compliance. You can look at the vehicle trip generation, but there are a lot that use surveys to do it. You know, I lean toward a more accurate count as being better than a survey, but in some cases, you know, as the example you brought up, we may have to use a survey in that situation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so a big question I have is, it says that staff recommend that TDM plans be approved through an administrative review, staff level review process, rather than through site review of form-based code. And that TDM plans will be approved if they meet requirements and prescriptive standards. So those prescriptive standards, how are those going to be developed?
Well, I think one thing we're looking at is, you know, the size, the land use would determine what those annual financial guarantees are. So that's kind of the money that the tenants can work with to develop, you know, their plans. But I think there would be, in certain situations, other requirements. For example, we could look at a multifamily residential and we could say that we would require participation in the neighborhood EcoPass and unbundling of parking. We could make those requirements of the plan. So that's like an example of those things, that prescriptive things that we would require in certain contexts when they're appropriate.
The standards would also be in the ordinance or the city manager rules that you would recommend, so you would see them.
Okay, so those would go through planning board and city council.
Yeah.
And then be applied by staff
And
administratively.
then be applied by staff, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. And so those rules live in either the ordinance or the city manager rules. Okay, good to know.
Correct.
Okay, a very specific question, and I'm going to try to make this as short as I can. You talk about annual financial guarantees being calculated based on land use and size, as expressed as a cost by total square footage for commercial, and the number of units for residential developments. Why number of units for residential rather than square footage? We've been trying to move away from number of units because of the whole problem of not wanting to encourage bigger units, fewer units.
Yeah.
And penalize smaller, more numerous units.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the main reasons is that one of our most effective tools in changing travel behavior is the EcoPass, and the neighborhood EcoPass RTD's program is priced per unit and not per resident. So it's a single price per unit. It doesn't matter how many people are in it. And so that's one of the reasons, you know, we were looking at per unit. I think, you know, we also contemplated, you know, is it a bedroom per bedroom would be another way of doing it. But, you know, when we're open to looking at both variables.
That is very helpful. Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Because I had the similar question, and I don't understand the relationship between the threshold for the tiers and how RTD charges. Why are those things? Why do those things need to be tied together?
So on the residential side, RTD charges per unit. So if it's a neighborhood within a map that has 40 households, they're going to say the contract price is this times 40 to get to what the neighborhood has to collect. If it's a multifamily residential, the cost for the EcoPass is per unit. They also have a minimum of 40 units to start a new program. So if there was a new development going in, a new multifamily residential development, and it was not adjacent to any existing neighborhood EcoPass program that it could kind of join into, it would have to be at least 40 units to be able to participate in the neighborhood EcoPass program. So given that that's one of our most effective tools in changing travel behavior, you know, some of our thresholds are kind of based on that RTD program.
Okay, thanks.
So colloquying on that. So you've mentioned a few different tools that could be used, but it sounds like the EcoPass is the major one that you're thinking of, at least for residential. Whereas when we have talked about TDM plans, we usually try to go beyond just the provision of eco passes.
Yeah.
It sounds like you did some kind of a survey to say, well, what kind of benefits do people want? And eco pass was number one, and it sounds like number two was like e-bikes and Lime scooters. I guess I'm trying to figure out, are we creating the program rules based around this one benefit that right now is the most popular but might not be? I'm struggling to understand, is this going to be more than just an EcoPass program?
Yeah, yes. I think it certainly will. I often use the EcoPass as an example, and I probably use it too much, but we know from our surveys, in terms of changing travel behavior, households that have the neighborhood EcoPass travel significantly, statistically significantly different than households without. It is by far our most effective tool in changing travel behavior. But that's not to say that that would be the only tool. We could also look at micromobility memberships or credits like for B-Cycle or for Lime. And also the neighborhood EcoPass may not be the right tool in every situation, depending on access to transit. Then you may want to go to a transportation wallet idea, which provides the flexibility for people in a unit to determine how they want to spend the money that they receive through the property manager, in the annual financial guarantee. Perhaps it's buying, like, two people buy an EcoPass or buy a B-Cycle membership and another one joins CarShare. So there's flexibility. I think, one of the ways in which I've been thinking about it is, a lot of times the EcoPass plus other things, but if the EcoPass is not the most viable tool, then maybe it's more of the transportation wallet plus other things, and kind of having that general kind of dual package approach. But I want to allow a lot of customization and innovation as well. So I wouldn't say that, this is just about the EcoPass. I probably use it too much as an example, but it's because I love it.
Gotcha. So, why wouldn't you just do the wallet concept for everyone, and then they could choose the EcoPass if they want, or they could choose something else if they're more of a CarShare or Lime Grove kind of person?
The EcoPass you have to buy for every unit to get the discount. So it's an RTD program. You cannot individually opt in or out of the EcoPass. The EcoPass starts at $120 per household. If you were to say, oh, I just want to buy transit passes, a monthly local RTD transit pass is $90 some. So the EcoPass is such a deal, but you would have to buy it for every unit. So if there's a 100-unit multifamily complex, to do the EcoPass, it has to be purchased for every unit.
Okay,
It's not
that's
an
helpful.
opt-in amount.
Yep, thank you. And then I think I just have one other question. So on page 102, which is part of the summary at the end of the memo, there's a sentence that says, in terms of plan requirements, staff will apply a more prescriptive approach requiring additional elements, or take an agnostic approach in which more flexibility and customization is allowed. And the focus is on meeting the vehicle trip generation targets regardless of what benefits or programs are implemented. I don't understand that or. Are you asking for whether we prefer the prescriptive approach or the flexible approach, or are you saying you want the ability to do either the prescriptive?
I'm thinking more of the philosophical approach to the ordinance. We could be very prescriptive and say, this development comes in, you must provide A, B, and C. Or we can say, if it's a tier 2 and they have a trip generation target, we don't care how you get there, but you've got to get to the target, and this is the money that you have to use to provide the incentive and benefits. And it's one of those policy dials. Do you want to go more agnostic? Do you want to go more prescriptive? They each have their pros and cons. And when I think about CU South, right, we basically said, here's your trip budget. We use the term trip budget for that one. But we didn't really say, here's how you have to get there. It's just, you have to get there. You can decide how you get there.
Okay, so you're asking for us to weigh in on
Yeah, I
prescriptive
think
versus.
it's one of those policy levers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions on TDM? Okay, I would like us to move on to our public hearing. And we again, no one in the room, and Carl, unless you want to get up and say hello. And we'll see if we have anyone. Oh, 2 participants have raised their hand. Excellent. Okay, great.
Great, thank you. Okay, for those of you joining us online, now's your time to raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this item. And we will start with Lisa Spalding. Lisa, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Lisa Spalding, and I'm speaking for Plan Boulder County. Over the last few years, the city of Boulder has undergone significant changes in our land use code to increase the number of dwelling units in residential neighborhoods and to increase the number of people living in these dwelling units. We're only beginning to see the repercussions from these changes in, for example, the spike in student rental rates. Before we had time to deal with the adverse effects of these changes, we were confronted with HB 24-1304's prohibition on enacting or enforcing minimum parking requirements on multifamily housing developments in the designated transit corridors. This will result in more dwelling units with more occupants who have cars and fewer places to park them. DOLA's map of the applicable transit service areas published to guide the implementation of HB 24-1304 covers, as Lisa said, about 77% of the parcels within the city of Boulder. So one could see the logic in staff's suggestion that the prohibition on minimum parking requirements for multifamily residential developments be implemented citywide. However, Ordinance 8696's expansion of the prohibition to commercial uses, industrial uses, and single-family housing demands more public process, we believe. In our opinion, the current city council is overloading planning staff with work and pushing them to move too quickly. Any changes to the NPP program should be tailored to the needs and desires of each neighborhood. Whittier offers a model for shared streets that gives equal weight to the economic vitality of small businesses and the needs of residents. And other neighborhoods have been able to prevent developers from shifting the parking burden for luxury student housing to established residential neighborhoods with little parking by requesting that tenants be denied parking permits and NPPs. So there are lots of uses for these. AMPS is an extremely complex project, which will affect various neighborhoods differently and presents significant risks to small businesses. It also fails to adequately grapple, we feel, with the parking requirements of 80% of our in-commuters who drive to work. If ordinances 8696 and 8700 are pared down to the essentials necessary to meet HB 24-1304's June 30th deadline, the city could spend more time fixing problems with multifamily residences as they arise and apply those lessons later to a gradual implementation for commercial, industrial, and single-family uses. And we also encourage any of you who can make it to join Plan Boulder's community conversation on the future of transportation in our city this Friday from noon to 1:30 in the main library's Boulder Greek Room. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Up next, we have Alexi Davies. Alexi, you have 3 minutes. I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Just one moment. Alexi, we can't hear you. We see that you muted and unmuted, but let's see.
How about now?
There you go. All right, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hello, members of Planning Board and staff. Alexi Davies, Community Cycles. First, thank you, staff, for improving Boulder's bike parking code. TAB accepted the proposed ordinance wording with a modification that comments be considered as part of a future work plan item. There are a number of issues that need to be addressed near term or bundled with the TDM work, not deferred to an unstaffed work plan item. Vertical and stacked racks. Community Cycles opposes vertical and stacked racks because they're difficult for people with mobility challenges and unsuitable for e-bikes and cargo bikes. And they also have maintenance challenges. We see lots of vertical racks in development these days since it saves space that counts against the floor area ratio. We hope bike parking can be exempt from FAR calculations, just like car parking is. Cargo and e-bike accommodations, elevators. The current ADA minimum elevator dimensions don't work for large bikes accessing long-term parking. The ordinance needs to specify an adequate elevator size when long-term parking relies on elevators. Charging stations. The proposed charging station quantities are too low and require too high a minimum number of spaces to even require charging capabilities. Some e-bike security systems rely on the battery, and some e-bike batteries are very difficult to remove. You can't just take the battery up to your apartment always. In addition, spaces reserved for cargo bikes need to be clearly marked so non-cargo bikes don't park in these spaces. We think these issues, if they can't be addressed immediately, they need to be included in the TDM updates this fall. And finally, 2 future work items that we need planning board and staff support on. On-street bike parking requirements. We're glad staff is considering a utilization study to determine the quantity of bike racks needed at development. Some off-street bike parking requirements appear quite insufficient. Let's make this a funded work item. And lastly, retroactive application of code. Most bike parking spaces at commercial and multi-unit residential properties in Boulder do not even meet existing code, assuming the site even has racks. There needs to be a phased-in retroactive application of bike parking code. We are observing the study of the retroactive application of the WUI ordinance and hope bike parking can follow the precedent set by smart regs, wood shingles, and outdoor lighting ordinances. It's a complex topic, needs discussion and analysis, but secure bike parking in and around existing buildings is an urgent need if we want to meet Boulder's goals. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, anyone else online? Now is your chance to raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
Great.
Not seeing anyone else.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Thank you to our public participants. And I'm going to propose a 7-minute bio break, and we'll be back here at 8:50. And not just what staff wants, but okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And so we're done with our public hearing. The public hearing is closed. And before we go on to board deliberations, we had an incompletely answered question that Hella would like to address to one of Claudia's questions. And so take it away, Hella.
Yeah, I looked at House Bill 24-1304 with regard to your question of whether or not we could require a minimum of accessible parking spaces. And I actually read the bill as allowing us to require what the ADA requires and state law may require. And it's based on the comma placement in that section. It essentially says nothing in this section, and I'm leaving out the unnecessary part of the sentence, lowers the protections provided for persons with disabilities under the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act, and then it also lists the state law section. And going to the DOLA website, the example they provide is that voluntary parking is provided, and then local communities can require the amount of parking that is required under the ADA if it's voluntarily provided parking.
May I ask a
Yeah.
a question on a particular scenario? Let's say we had a development proposal with 0 parking, which is now allowed under this proposed code. Is there any way that a municipality could require ADA parking in such a proposal?
The way I read the bill, if it is one of the developments that's regulated by this bill, then no.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we've had a thorough hearing and discussion on the 2 ordinances and the TDM proposal. So we can do a couple different things here, and I'm going to make a suggestion and then try to accommodate board members' desires. So I'm going to propose that we deliberate 8700 or 86, 96, 8700, and then TDM. And when I say deliberate, we can do this by providing feedback about things we like, things we don't like, things we wish were there. And then we can, one scenario, we vote on the ordinance on our recommendation. The council adopt the ordinance, the main motion, with staff taking into account our verbal recommendations and comments. That's one way of doing it. That leaves a lot up to staff to convey to council what it is that we said and advised and recommended. The alternative would be to, and this is not a quasi-judicial process. We are, if you read the main motion, we are advising council to adopt this ordinance and to avoid some of the complexities of making motions. I'm going to suggest that we adopt the main motion. We propose the main motion and vote on that. And then we have other additional motions. And I'll just give an example. I've written out some of my own. And that we relatively quickly debate those and vote on those, and the vote's recorded. That information, the advantage to that is that when we have a concise motion that is voted on and the vote's recorded. So let's say it's a 5-2 vote. The motion and the vote count is conveyed to council. And I think that while it may take longer than just audibly going through things, it puts a finer point on it and it provides clearer direction to council. And my recent interactions with council members have pointed to council, at least many members, being very interested in what planning board had to say about things. Because we do things like have a 2.5-hour hearing on parking, which council is not likely not going, this won't take that long for them. And they, many of them don't have the same level of interest in parking that many of us do. So that's my proposal, and I'll just give an example. And this might make Lisa upset, but for instance, I have drafted a motion that just says, I move the planning board advise the city council to direct staff to modify ordinance 8696 to remove bicycle parking from floor area ratio calculations and requirements. So we've got, I'm not making that motion at this second. I'm using it as an example. We would get a second. We would, I hope, relatively quickly debate it, and then we would vote on it, and then we would move on. So that's my proposal. If people have a different idea, if they really want, and if you, as a board member, don't want to make any motions and don't want to, just simply want to say, hey, I support this and I think this one change would be great, please note what you're doing. That's also fine. So anyway, I'm offering up this as a path forward, but I'm open to anyone's comments or suggestions. Laura.
So I guess my suggestion would be, I appreciate what you're saying, Mark. I would suggest a hybrid where if we think something is essential for council to hear how we feel about it, and we really want to make it more directive, we follow the pathway that you have described. But I would like to also have the ability to just say to staff, hey, please consider X, Y, Z, and do that in comments as well. So maybe we go through sort of the less important comments first, or at the end, I don't care. But that for the motion making, we reserve just the things that we think are very essential for voting on by the whole board.
What would you think of comment that we go down the line, ordinance 8696, go down the line with comments and then revert to going down the line to motions? Kurt.
Yeah, I like that idea because then we'll have a feel for what other people are saying and what we might agree with and what might rise to the level of an actual motion.
Okay. All right. Who's ready with some pithy commentary on ordinance 8696?
I'm ready.
Great.
I'll start off and get this done. So I'm largely supportive of the proposed ordinances as part of a long overdue shift away from quote unquote free parking, which has encouraged and subsidized car-dependent development to the detriment of many other health, safety, and environmental goals in the city. There's a couple of things in particular I want to call out here in terms of support. I want to say I really appreciate the thorough review that staff has done of the entire code for all appearances of parking requirements, parking minimums. Also, the work that you have done to make some sections of the code still workable, like that work you did developing alternative measures of excessive parking that might require more landscaping. So thank you for thinking through those concepts. I also want to specifically applaud the pilot program in Goss Grove to charge for all on-street parking and use those funds to try supporting eco passes. I think it's really important that we are strengthening alternatives when we are introducing appropriate pricing for parking. And in addition to the data that that program is going to generate, I think that kind of approach can really affirm for people that what we're really talking about here is a transportation and mobility ecosystem and not just a yes/no question about motor vehicle parking. So thank you for piloting that. I also want to really appreciate one of your attachments in the memo, the empty spaces graphic. We've seen that before because that really speaks to something that's always on my mind when we talk about parking, and that is what else could we be doing with this space? And so when we think about what other options we have in our urban spaces when we're not parking cars everywhere, I think there's a lot of cool things that we could be doing, patios and gardens and more spaces for trees and kids' play areas. And these are opportunities we lose when we require excess parking. The one caveat that I did want to mention with regard to off-street parking, which I alluded to in my questions, is that I really am worried about the potential loss of ADA parking spaces. This is really important to me. I think it's a thing a lot of people with mobility challenges worry about, and it's not something that we as a city are good about providing in the public realm. I'm also very aware that there is no one on this board or in the engagement that we've seen representing this population with mobility challenges. We're very good at advocating for people on bikes. We're very good at advocating for pedestrians, to a lesser extent for transit users. So I just really want to make sure that this user group is considered. And it matters because zero parking, which could now be a possibility, and which I, for the most part, welcome as a possibility, could also mean zero ADA spaces. I did have a simple motion to ask council to consider asking for reasonable accommodation for accessible parking, even in those zero parking scenarios, based on what I'm hearing from the city attorney and her reading of HB 24-1304. It sounds like state law might not allow this, but I do want the record to reflect this concern. For bike parking, I am supportive of the amendments that some of our cycling advocacy groups are suggesting here. I'm hoping that one of my other board members might make some motions around those, particularly around charging for e-bikes. It sounds like we have some relatively strict requirements in the building code for safe charging setups. And I think it would be really good to not have people setting up ad hoc charging solutions like extension cords in the absence of adequate infrastructure. So I think we would actually be doing a service on a lot of levels by requiring more actual safe, up-to-code e-bike infrastructure. And should I do TDM now too, Mark? Are we doing that separately?
No, but we'll do that. I'm sorry, let's do that separately, please.
All right, then I will stop with my comments now.
Okay, great. Who's next? Laura?
Okay, I'm sticking with just the off-street parking, right? That's what we're talking about, the off-street parking ordinance?
86. Anything to do with 8696.
8696, okay, that's the off-street parking section. Okay.
And bike parking. Yeah.
And bike parking. So I have 3 sections to my comments. The first is some very simple, I hope, pieces of the ordinance itself that I wanted to ask about potentially changing. I don't think those rise to the level of a whole group vote and amendment. I just want to put those out for staff to think about. I do want to talk about some things that I would be supportive of if we want to talk about doing amendments or recommendations as with a group vote. And then some of the future things that are not part of this ordinance, but I think are related and tied to next step kind of things. So first, specifically with the ordinance, on page 119, there's a section of the ordinance that talks about home occupations, and there's existing language there. And I think that maybe some things were struck that don't have anything to do with on-site parking. And in particular, it says, no traffic is generated by such home occupation in a volume that is inconsistent with the normal parking usage of the district. That's been struck out. I just want to ask staff to take a second look at that because I don't think that has to do with providing off-street parking. I think that has to do with the usage of the on-street parking. So it's on page 119 for home occupations. The idea that the home occupation shouldn't be generating such a volume of traffic that's inconsistent with the normal usage of the district. You know, say, for example, somebody has a home business doing retreats and they have 50 people parking all weekend long, you might still want to have some kind of enforcement mechanism around that. The second one, page 148 in the ordinance, talks about facilitate easy locking of your bicycles without interference to or from adjacent bicycles. And as some of our commenters have pointed out, sometimes it's not bicycles that are the problem, but like adjacent structures, like the bike rack is like right next to the building in a way that you can't park your bike. So I would suggest looking at that language and adding something about adjacent structures or other obstacles that could interfere with bike parking. That's on page 148. On page 128, there's a piece of the code that I did not understand that talks about site access and control and controlling vehicle access to the public right-of-way. And it says the requirements of this section and subsections B through E below apply to all land uses, including detached dwelling units as follows. Only if access to the property is provided for the purposes of off-street parking, loading space, or operational access or other provided vehicle circulation, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't understand why that clause was included, only if access to the property is provided for these certain purposes. And I just wanted to ask staff to take another look at that and see if it makes sense to you, because I, with my level of knowledge, couldn't really understand it. So those are the three specific things in the code. I am very open to a group motion about the percentage of vertical and stacked and tiered racks. I think limiting it to 50% is maybe too generous. I would recommend going smaller, or I'd be supportive of going smaller. The FAR calculations and exempting bike parking areas, I really like that idea, and I'm sensitive to staff's caution that this is more complicated. But maybe there's a motion we can craft about making sure that that doesn't drop off the radar without necessarily including it in this ordinance. The cargo bikes and e-bike accommodations, I agree that the 20%, or sorry, that the percentage that is in the code right now, which I think is 5%, might be too little. So I'd be open to a motion to making that more. The charging stations, I would support what Claudia said. The elevator access, I don't know if I know enough about elevator code and what it would mean to ask for bigger elevators. But I do think that's something that staff should take a look at if they haven't already, making sure that if the long-term biking area is only serviced by the elevator, and that is a required thing that people would have to do to get to that parking, making sure they can actually get there and that the elevator isn't preventing that. So that's the motions that I would be supportive of, at least based on what I know now. And then future work that needs to be staffed, I agree with Community Cycles about the utilization study as a potential future work element, and the looking at the retroactive application of all these bike racks we have that are non-functional or non-existent throughout the city. And then I wanted to add one, which is, this is the concern that I have about if we do go down the path of eliminating parking minimums, and it looks like we probably are going to do that, is that going to result in a lot of overparking compared to what we're getting now? Are we going to actually get more surface parking because of that, with not having mechanisms to ask for parking reductions? So I would love to see, as a future work item, staff monitoring that situation to see if there's something we need to do in the future because we're getting overparked. But I don't know that we need a motion about that. I just want to put that on staff's radar.
Great. Thank you, Laura. Please proceed, ML.
I'm accepting myself.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Okay. So let me see. I've got two kind of comments to make. So removing the parking requirement, on-site parking requirement, is a significant land use shift. And I think that to have some conscious strategies about how this land might be reused would behoove us to get kind of ahead of the game and begin to think about this. Kurt sent out that thing for us to read earlier today, and I got a great quote from there. It said, "Cities get what they require and potentially lose what they desire." And we talk about walkable neighborhoods, and I wonder if we can tie this potentially newly available land to creating walkable neighborhoods, to incentivize that land to contribute to walkable neighborhoods. So that is a suggestion that I think comes from just our land use is going to shift. And we do have some areas in town that are big parking lots. So let's put them to use to meet our goals, not just to get rid of the cars, but perhaps to lead us to the walkable neighborhoods. So that's one thought. The second one I've already spoken about. So we're potentially removing the requirement for auto parking, which in some capacity, most people use. Most people use cars. And yet we're proposing bike storage regardless of need. So I am looking to support a motion that would exempt single-family residential uses from the long-term bike storage requirements. There are many residences that don't have bikes, don't use bikes, don't need bikes. And to have that a requirement, I think is overburdensome. And that's it, my simple 2 comments. Thank you.
Well, ML, that was that was great. What you really lowballed us, and then you came through with a nice, concise set of comments. Great, thank you. Okay, who's next? Kurt.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks again for all the work that you guys have all done on this. This is an amazing project. It's a really significant step for us. It's something that people have been talking about for literally decades. And it's an exciting time to be actually getting to the precipice of this. And I think it will bring about some great improvements in the city in terms of our sustainability and equity and resilience. So with that said, let's see, I just have a few suggested comments. I raised this section 995C8, which relates to, it's a section added that says that any curb cut needs to lead to a parking space. And I feel like that section is not necessary. I don't think that, I think that there are curb cuts that could be useful for wheelchairs, for strollers, as I mentioned, for motorcycles, whatever. So I would recommend removing that. I agree with everything that Laura said about in regards to the bike parking requirements. And so I would certainly support some motions on that. In terms of the landscape, I forget what we call them, but the additional landscape thresholds, it sounds based on what you were saying that those 50 and 60% thresholds might be too high, that it sounds like these days we never even get to 50%. And so either if we're not going to get there, we should just not have it in there. Or if we really feel like this is something that we need to do, then they should be at levels where they would be meaningful. So something lower. And the last thing that I want to bring up is I'm concerned that I fully support eliminating the parking mandates for numbers. I find it very odd that we're retaining all the parking dimensional and geometric standards because those made sense when we were requiring a certain amount of parking, and we don't want people to provide parking spaces that are 1 foot by 2 feet or whatever. But if they're doing it of their own volition and based on their own understanding of what their residents need, their tenants need, they need, and so on, to me, I don't see why we should be imposing fairly large minimum size standards and spacing standards and so on the parking. A lot of those standards feel like they were designed so that you could, navigate your Cadillac Eldorado out of the garage. And one of the ones that I first encountered when I was on Landmarks Board was the 24-foot backup rule, which really imposed a lot of restrictions on the location of garages on alleys, because as I understand it, it says that from the front of the parking space to the far side of the alley needs to be 24 feet. Well, that all of a sudden puts your garage well off the alley, which then in cases that we were looking at, it messed up the design of the yard. It sometimes put it like unpleasantly close to the house. It even could, potentially result in increased fire danger and so on. And, if I'm building a garage and I say, I want this garage for my smart car, I shouldn't have to, it seems like, have 24 feet of backup space. So though that may not go in this ordinance, I understand, but I feel like we could at least significantly simplify those and potentially eliminate a bunch of them. The analogy that I was thinking of is we don't require, if you're building a dwelling unit, we don't require you to provide a refrigerator. But this would be analogous to saying, well, you don't have to have a refrigerator, but if you do provide a refrigerator, it needs to be a really big one, which to me doesn't make sense. And that is, to me, is not consistent with a lot of our larger goals. So I hope we will consider, as I said, either eliminating or significantly downsizing some of those and allow more flexibility and for people to evaluate for themselves what they need, as we're doing with the number of parking, also the size and the configuration of the parking. And those are my only comments on this. Thanks.
Mason.
So before we had this discussion, I took the opposite approach. I actually wrote up 5 motions, and I'm just going to leave my comments to mostly that. Everything, I agree with all my colleagues here and have nothing new to really add.
Great, thank you. I too have 5 motions. We'll see what overlaps. And I sense, the air just goes out of the room here, right? Okay, I sense that, and I would encourage us. Well, first of all, I also want to thank staff for the excellent work over a long period of time that carries on with the TDM ordinance. And so, great appreciation there. And the fact, so I want to, before we go to motion making, I want to emphasize that this is a level of motion making that is advisory. Okay, we are not writing code. We are not conditioning a property. This is advisory, but it's a specific, concise method of offering advice. So with that said, I want people to feel free to, yeah, I like that, let's vote for it, or yeah, I'm not going to vote for that. But we don't have to have a whole lot of deliberation on each motion. We've had a lot of education tonight. We've had a lot of discussion, And so as we get into this motion making, we can try to be prompt, quick, and efficient. Okay. So who wants to lead us off with, well, and I also, we can start with a motion if someone wants to adopt the advice that we adopt 8696. There's a motion written for that. And then subsequent motions would be advice about that. Okay.
Please.
And I'm going to suggest that I don't see a reason to, way it's worded there is we advise that you adopt both. If we're going to adopt both and then make motions advising about changes to both, we can go ahead and just, in fact, propose adopting both and just do that right now. But we haven't debated 8700 at all. So let's just do 8696. It would be my suggestion now that I'm verbalizing this. So planning board so the motion, if someone wants to
Mark, may I make a motion?
Yes, please. Save me.
I move the planning board recommends that city council adopt ordinance 8696, amending Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981 to modify off-street parking requirements and amend Chapter 2 of the City of Boulder Design and Construction Standards, DCS, originally adopted pursuant to Ordinance 5986 to update standards for bicycle parking.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We can, as motion maker, you are privileged to say anything you'd like. We can deliberate, and I'll call a vote when it feels appropriate.
I do not have any additional commentary.
Okay. Any additional commentary? Okay. I'm going to call a vote on that. And so I'm going to read the ordinance, read the motion again. Planning board recommends that city council adopt the following proposed ordinance 8696, amending Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981 to modify off-street parking requirements and amending Chapter 2 of the City of Boulder Design and Construction Standards, DCS, originally adopted pursuant to Ordinance 5986 to update standards for bicycle parking. So I'm going to go to my left here. Mason.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
ML.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. So great. Congratulations. We've adopted 8696. Now, does anyone have any additional motions regarding 8696 as advice to council for changes?
So I think all my motions were on this one. So we might need to adjust wording based on what you just said, that this is not about writing code or anything like that. Happy to adjust in any way. As you guys know, very new to motion making. So I made the top to be, we can read each of these as just one at a time with the top bit added to each one. But essentially what I saw were parts of the code that I thought could be improved. So there were parts. Should I just speak to each one and then we go?
Let's. I would request
yes
that you pick one, and then here's what I'm going to suggest. You pick one. There's a moment you make a motion. And there's a moment, and people hold off seconding. And if someone has a critical correction or suggested change to the wording before it's seconded, then we discuss that briefly, make any modifications, and then we make the motion, get a second, and go from there. So pick one.
I'm sorry, can I just, Hella, you can correct me if I don't have this right, but I think it would be better, rather than making a motion and then editing it, for Mason to just read, I am about to make a motion that says this. Does anybody want to propose edits before I formally make the motion?
I agree with that. Thank you, Laura.
You could also do a straw poll before you start drafting.
Okay. So this section of the code, I'm about to make a motion worded like this. This part of the code, this would just be to add language to this line. And this is specific for K through 12. The reason why I thought this was, should I speak to it or is that after?
No, let's just, you're about to make the first one up there, yes?
Well, I was going to ask if anyone has any suggested changes before I make the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Does anyone, so Mason's got up there the first item, add language to 996, et cetera. Does anyone have any suggested wording changes or should we proceed?
I have a suggested friendly amendment, which is to honor your suggestion that we avoid writing code, to just say, rather than add language to this specific code section, to say, add language to the ordinance that schools serving any grades, and then staff could pick where it goes in the ordinance. So it's not necessarily in that particular line, if that serves, Mason.
That serves.
So this is 8696 to ordinance 8696.
So just as what I did in all of my potential motions, I said, I move that planning board advise the city council to direct staff to modify ordinance 8696. And then that was a universal beginning. So
cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. So planning board advise city council to direct staff to modify
Why don't
ordinance
you
8696.
maybe go a little slower so Amanda can make the change in real time?
Okay. She's actually got all my
okay,
stuff. She
great.
could actually.
Cut and paste, wonderful.
If I may say, I don't think you have to have the language about directing staff. You could also just recommend a change to the ordinance, because staff also always considers whether or not to make that change before moving forward to council.
Okay.
I'm fine with that as well.
Okay.
Just,
No,
yeah,
it's up there.
Yeah, we can move with this.
So it would be, I move that planning board recommend a change to ordinance 8696. And whether that's done at the staff level or the city council level, you're recommending the change. Is that what I heard, Hella?
Yes.
I move the planning board recommend
the change to ordinance 86. Yeah, that works.
Amanda, maybe it should be recommend a change to ordinance 8696 to :
Okay, there you go, Mason. I think you've got a motion.
Okay. Any other thoughts or changes? Okay.
I'm wondering why you were calling out long-term parking here as opposed to short-term. It seems like the proximity to the entrance is maybe higher priority for short-term.
Yeah, I think that's because when I was reading through the long term, that's where they had the 300 feet requirement, or maybe I got that wrong. Yeah, it is. It's in 4B. It says the bicycle parking area shall be located on the site and area within 300 feet of the building it serves. So I was putting it there because that's where they had it, honestly.
Okay. And do they, I'm sorry, I don't have that up. Do they have a distance requirement for short term? Because short-term is presumably what most of the students would be using, right?
They do, it's 50 feet from the main building entrance, short term.
I see. So they've already got that for short-term.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great,
Yeah.
thanks.
Go ahead.
Can I just ask staff if you recall why it said 300 feet and if 100 feet would pose some kind of obstacle that we have not considered?
Sure. So 300 feet is the length of a typical block. So that's what that 300-foot standard comes from. It might be complicated ordinance drafting to identify a specific use that has a different standard, but it could be accommodated.
And I did see this in other cities' codes when I was researching. So
I think you're ready to.
all right, I'm gonna pull the trigger. I move that planning board recommended change to ordinance 8696 to add language to the, we can probably get rid of that part. Add language for schools serving any of grades K through 12. Long-term bicycle parking must include bike racks located within 100 feet of main entrance.
Seeking a second.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. You can, if you want to speak additionally to this, now is your chance.
Yeah, I feel that schools deserve, and you'll see there's other motions in here around schools deserve separate consideration for these requirements. And that's basically why again, I saw this in other cities when I was researching. Students, may have needs that adults don't. So I thought this was a reasonable consideration for staff to take.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm just going to say that I am in complete sympathy with this. However, given the applicability, the narrow applicability of essentially a private school, and many private schools are struggling. We don't have that many. It's a wish that I wish we could apply to BVSD, and it doesn't apply to BVSD. So I'm not going to support it. But any other comments? Kurt?
Yeah, just quickly, I will support it. Yeah, I understand your point. But I think it can potentially influence BVSD, if they see that this is a requirement. Yeah, they don't have to follow it, but it might influence them. And 300 feet that's a long ways to walk. So.
Okay. Laura?
So I seconded it because I wanted us to debate and think about it. I think I do have a concern that these small schools, some of them may have existing buildings. And so is this just for new construction or does this apply retroactively? This is just new construction?
Just new construction.
Just new construction. Okay, well then that alleviates my concern. All right, thank you.
Okay. Without further comment, I'm going to call a vote, and I'm going to go down this way this time. Kurt?
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Mason?
Yes.
And I'm a no. Okay. That one passes. Okay, now we've got our formula figured out.
All right.
Let's go.
So I would like to see if anyone has any recommended changes before I propose this amendment. Where should I read the language or just
Let's modify it to do the thing that we said, which would be change after the colon, we would say add change ordinance 8696 to, you seem like you need a word, like we need to strike add language, but then put a word in front of all. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Add language.
Stating.
Yeah. Yeah, stating that would probably be fine. So this is in reference to D that just says the bicycle parking area shall include adequate clearance around racks or lockers to give cyclists room to maneuver and to prevent conflict with pedestrians or parked cars. I felt like that was really vague. There were some questions and comments around this, so I wrote up some language that could be considered to be added to this. Does anyone have anything they would like to adjust or?
If I could add, there are clearance standards in the design and construction standards.
In the DCS?
Yeah.
What are those? Because I was looking. Anchored 5 feet wide behind.
There's a number of them.
Yeah, I would take.
Oh yeah, there they are. And yeah, I missed that one.
So
we can nix this one. I'm not going to propose this one.
Yeah, it's 211 H1AI.
And it's like exactly what I proposed and more. So no, forget
And
that
then
one.
the private property on-site standards are right below that in subsection 2.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That takes care of that one. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for not being more careful. I was a little confused by why some things were in the DCS and here and vice versa, but that's fine.
That's fair.
So this next one needs to be adjusted a little bit. Just the top. Suggest maybe instead of all that. So for H, where are we? Let me get back to that section. Sorry, I was looking at DCS. For H is new, and it says where more than 100 bicycle parking spaces are required, minimum off-street parking requirements, at least 5% of spaces must have electrical outlets accessible to horizontal spaces for charging. And what I thought this would do is provide additional guidance around, like, for the electrical charging stations. What I've seen in other codes from other cities was language around how big those spaces must be to accommodate larger bicycles. And that's what I pulled. I think I pulled this one from Portland, basically.
So I do have a comment on this one, and that is, as I have a similar thing, so I'm happy to work on yours in terms of accommodating cargo bikes, right?
Yep.
Okay. And what I looked at the Rad Wagon, which is longest wheelbase dimension is around 6'6". I could not find, and I realize what this says is accommodate larger bicycles with a minimum dimensions of 10 feet by 3 feet. So there's no bike out there. There are very few or rare that the bike is 10 feet long. So the way this is, the language I think should read 8 feet long by 3 feet wide, rather than 10.
I'm fine with that. Again, I just pulled this from another city. So.
Yeah, the most long wheelbase cargo bikes are about 6.5 foot long, so 18 inches beyond that.
So a little more wordsmithing. So Amanda, could you delete the specific code reference? And then say, add language that bicycle charging spaces shall accommodate. Mason, is that what your intention is? Okay, thank you.
Yep, exactly. And that's why I chose to be in that same spot, because it would be triggered with the charger.
Can I ask you a question? Why is there a weight requirement?
Because these bikes are heavy, and I don't know if all spaces, like all build spaces, require that. Again, I pulled this from other code, so I'm not exactly sure why that weight requirement was in there.
Charles, is that logical to include?
I'm not sure how we would
right
confirm that.
Yeah,
yeah, we can nix that.
They're on the ground. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of the weight support, can you just say 3 feet wide
period.
and be located at ground level?
It already says that they're horizontal. Well, it would not be the upper ones. I don't know.
The bicycle charging stations already have to be horizontal,
Yes.
but aren't the tiered racks are horizontal though, right?
Yes, but we're really parsing, getting very detailed here.
Well,
I'm comfortable getting rid of that after the end, unless other people want it.
let's
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah, please.
My suggestion would be to get rid of the extra detail when possible, because I think given that we are making advisory motions right now, these advisory motions will be more likely to be taken seriously if they are as simple as possible.
So my thought there is a lot of the code is pretty detailed on certain parts, and this part seemed to be lacking, which is why I was asking for it to be considered to be added in.
as a motion maker, you get to, when you're ready, you get to go.
I feel pretty ready. Let's not
Okay.
drag it on anymore. Can you
Okay.
scroll up so I can see the top, and then I'll make the motion. Yep, you're okay. I move that planning board recommend a change to ordinance 8696 to add language that bicycle charging spaces shall accommodate larger bicycles with minimum dimension of 8 feet long by 3 feet wide.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional comments? Any
No, I think-
additional deliberation?
I think we've covered it.
Okay, I'm going to start with Mason,
Yes.
Laura. Yep. Claudia,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Laura.
Yes.
Okay, great. We've got 2 down.
Yes.
Okay.
Two more to go. Sorry, guys. On this last one, we need to do some wordsmithing, get rid of the add language in the code part. This was F. So this was talking about how many required bicycle parking spaces may be hanging, and here it says half, no more than 1/2. So I was thinking here that for schools, especially K through 8, I didn't go high school on this one. I can see an argument for going high school that vertical is just not acceptable, honestly, for that age range. So I thought it would be helpful to call that out separately. That's why that's there. Does anybody have any suggestions before I make the motion?
I guess my question would be to staff is whether this is needed because do you have outdoor long-term parking? And if it were vertical, wouldn't it have to have a lift? And who would do that outside?
Right. The requirement does include, it also says it has to have a mechanically assisted lift. I would say because of the limitations of BVSD, we don't see a lot of schools that were reviewing bike parking for, so it might not touch a lot of new development.
I guess I have a question. Do you see outdoor long-term parking? I thought long-term parking was typically secured in the building.
It can be outdoor, but it has to be covered and meet all the other standards.
I see Brad has come on to the screen, and so we don't have a motion on the floor. Brad, help us out here.
Yeah, good evening. I wanted to just kind of elaborate a little bit on what Lisa just kind of said in passing, which is we don't actually have site review approval in any robust way for Boulder Valley for the public schools. So we do want to recognize how limited the application of this would be just in general.
And I hear that, and I think Kurt, I always know I'm doing a good job when Brad comes on. So good to see you. And as Kurt said, I think BVSD is aware of what the city does. There are schools that we do review, And edge cases are the ones that I'm worried about. So
Sure. Yeah, nope, fair enough. Just wanted to be sure to share that and emphasis and make sure that was clear from Lisa's point.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I think so. I move that planning board recommended change to ordinance 8696 for schools serving any grade K through 8 schools. All outdoor long-term parking must be horizontal. Can we get rid of outdoor? Actually, I'm sorry. Can we just say long-term? Can we get rid of outdoor? Yeah, sorry. I'll say it again. I move that planning board recommend a change to ordinance 8696 to for schools serving any grades K through 8 schools. All long-term parking must be horizontal. Not very clean, but you guys get it.
Okay, seeking a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Mason, you may speak additionally if you like.
No additional comments.
Okay, any other deliberation, comment? For me, the criteria that it's essentially inapplicable is going to be, it's not that I don't support this in principle, it's just in practical terms. So, you, Laura.
Just a comment, long-term parking at a school, isn't the long-term parking generally like first, who's using the long-term parking at the school rather than the short-term parking? Would that be staff? Or is that where the kids are parking in the long-term parking?
This comes up so rarely. I need to look at how we define short and long term. 1 second. Unless anybody else knows quicker than
I mean, could we just modify this to say all bike parking intended to serve students must be horizontal?
I think the intent is because the vertical requirement is in the long-term standards. That's probably where you were coming from with that.
Got it. I would be more inclined to support it if it just said all bike parking intended to serve students must be horizontal, rather than specifying long-term or short-term.
And the intent section talks about long-term bicycle parking, serving employees, residents, commuters, and other visitors who generally stay at a site for several hours.
Several hours, so it's like all students parking.
I mean, I think we had a motion and a second, so I don't know that we can edit it at this point, but
At the chair's discretion, I'm going to allow it. And I don't like it in practice, but it's the hour's late, so.
okay, then I would just say all bicycle parking intended to serve students rather than long-term, if that's okay with the motion maker and the second. Just say all bicycle parking intended to serve students.
Yep.
Delete long-term. And you can delete the second all there, just intended to serve students.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We edited it illegally.
It's just a recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, let's vote on this.
Yes.
Okay, Mason, Laura,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Now we've edited it. I'm a yes. Okay,
Cool.
there we go.
The very last one will be quick. We've talked about this in length. The 100 number was chosen to trigger because that's also the same level that triggers the fire code. That felt arbitrary to me. 20 made more sense with keeping the 5% because that gives you 1 bicycle parking.
In this case, I think the reference, by keeping it simple and referencing the code section, changing 100 to 20, like accomplish this without, I actually support keeping the code reference in this instance.
And remind us, Mason, this is about electrical bike charging,
Yes.
and the 100 is in reference to what now?
See, let me get to it real fast.
Yeah, Mason, if you have a page number in the packet, that would be really helpful.
149.
Thank you.
And I think that this is 996E, not 996C.
Oh, I thought C was the new letter. I could have been seeing that wrong. Yeah, so 149 in PDF, page 68 of 170. But in the middle of the footnote on the right, it's number 40, if that's not confusing enough. Yeah, so this reads, when more than 100 bicycle parking spaces are required, blah, 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 at least 5% of spaces must have electrical outlets. And I thought they should have electrical outlets if it has at least 20, if it has at least one charging.
Can I ask if any of my colleagues have a different motion addressing the same issue?
Thank you for that question, Claudia. I do.
Great.
And we'll discuss this. Mine is more encompassing. Mine says, Planning Board advises City Council to direct staff to modify Ordinance 8696 to state that all long-term bike parking shall accommodate charging at all bike spaces with a standard electrical outlet within a 6-foot distance of each bike parking space. Wow. And here's, so, anyway, that's mine, and that would encompass the ordinance 8696, that when you have long-term bike parking, you accommodate charging. 400%?
I am more inclined at the moment to support Mark's suggestion simply because I had an issue with that 5% of spaces, regardless of what the total number is. 5% seems low.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking if anybody else had a motion around this ready to go.
And I'll just speak to this. Again, I haven't made a motion or anything yet. This is a board discussion, that the whole logistics of managing. So one, you're building a long-term bike parking space. This is new construction. This building's going up as of now. So you're building new construction, you're building a long-term bike parking room. And now you're going to say, oh, okay, these 20 spaces or these 5 spaces or whatever it is, get charging, and these don't. But you're running the electricity in there. You're creating outlets. Just extend them around the room. Don't have people fighting over who gets to park their bike in a charging spot or not, or who needs to tonight or doesn't. And you eliminate this whole move to try to extract your battery, get it up to charge in your house, which I am opposed to from safety standpoint. And anyway, it's just, we're talking three-prong electrical outlets that we require every 24 or 36 inches along every wall, in every room, in every dwelling. You know, we have very strict codes on kitchen counters. You have to have three-prong electrical outlets, like everywhere. And I'm glad we have them in our kitchen, but it's frequent and it's expensive. So in a long-term bike storage room, I'm just saying all of it. So Mason, do you want to pursue this, or do you want to?
No, let's discuss yours.
Okay. All right. Are you done with your motion making?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Do other people have other motions?
Are we discussing yours, Mark?
Well,
We have this up. Well, let's go to yours.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, unless people have, Okay, question?
I would like to ask a question to staff. I don't understand how bicycle charging requirements work and whether they are standard electrical outlets or some different kind of charging infrastructure when we say that bicycle parking spaces must have charging. Is it a standard electrical outlet or is it something else?
I don't actually know either.
I'd like to answer that question. And because as someone who is involved in the e-bike marketplace, chargers at one end have a proprietary connector that connects the dongle. That's the official term for taking the AC voltage, converting it to DC, and sending it to the battery. So you have a section of cord that's DC voltage from the dongle to the battery, to the bike, and then from the dongle back to the outlet. That is all standard UL CE approved 3-wire cord to a 3-prong standard outlet. There is no e-bike out there that has any other requirement for charging other than a 120 volt 3-prong outlet. None. Guarantee it.
Thank you. And then having a standard electrical outlet within a 6-foot distance of every bike parking space. If we required that, or if staff looked into that, and I'm assuming you would do this research because it's just a recommendation, but would this cause any problems before we make a recommendation about this? Any known problems or foreseeable things that we might not be considering?
I think that we should consider the additional costs of development that would be incurred based on that and how that affects housing costs. Another thing is that I can hear the engineers saying in my head is that we do actually require bike compliance with bike parking requirements when there's like a change of use or something. So adaptively reusing a building, it might be more challenging to comply with this. We also don't have, we have bicycle parking requirement reductions, but we'd probably want to think through some kind of flexibility for certain situations if people cannot accommodate. And also it might be something that could be well informed by a bike parking utilization study to understand whether 100% of all long-term bike parking needs to be for electric bikes.
I have 2 follow-on questions. In a living room, what is the spacing requirement for a 3-prong electrical outlet, one to another?
I'm an expert on a lot of things, but not everything. I think it's 6 feet.
It's in the bill. It's a standard spacing in the building code.
Yes.
Oh, I think it's less than that. Okay, even if it's 10 feet, so you've got 10 feet and you have bike parking that anyway, it's actually the frequency of an outlet or putting in conduit with outlet strip type connectors. There's a number of different standard electrical solutions that would accommodate this. And as far as expense goes, again, we require electrical outlets. We require ventilation in bathrooms. We require operable windows. We require all sorts of things in our building code. And this would simply be a similar requirement. It is not different electrical service. It's not high amperage electrical service. It's not level 2 charging for cars. This is a 3-prong electrical outlet.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
And Mark, are you anticipating that people would use these outlets by stringing extension cords?
No.
Because
no.
I have a bike charger cable and it's about 2 feet long.
You have a rad bike, yeah?
I do.
Okay. I measured my rad bike charger and my Aventon bike charger. They are both 7 feet long. If you measure from the 3-prong outlet to the DC connector to the battery, they're both 7 feet.
You must have a different model than I do because mine is not.
I can't. Okay. Well, anyway, My experience is that supplied, you might have to use an extension cord, but you know what? An extension cord on a low voltage, low amperage, low wattage application like this is actually one of the safer applications for use of extension cord.
It's
So,
prohibited by the fire code to use an extension cord.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's why I have it within 6 feet. If you have a 2-foot long charging cable, I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know how to accommodate that in this particular thing. I'm ready to, I'm going to make this motion and see if I get a second. And we're gonna fish or cut bait here. I move the planning board recommend a change to ordinance 8696 to state that all long-term bike parking shall accommodate charging at all bike spaces with a standard electrical outlet within a 6-foot distance of each bike parking space.
Second.
Okay. We have, I feel like I've spoken to this enough. Any other board deliberation? Okay. Kurt, I'm going to start with you.
I'm sorry, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
I just want to point out, Community Cycles gave us a recommendation for this particular item, and their recommendation was at least 20% of spaces have chargers, which matches current market share of e-bikes, I'm assuming, and ideally 100% to avoid retrofits to apply to all facilities with 5+ bike spaces. I would be more inclined to support something that says at least 20% shall be charging capable or have an electrical outlet, and ideally 100%. Like that to me feels like a more supportable recommendation than every bike parking space should be within 6 feet of an outlet.
Claudia.
I am still going to support this particular motion. I think given that this is advisory, and this is a somewhat new issue that we're raising and trying to raise some awareness around, it is worthwhile to ask for the higher end. And I know that Community Cycles will also be communicating with council about their preferred amendments. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Did I start the vote? Did I? I tried to. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to start with Kurt.
I'm voting yes.
Okay. ML?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Laura?
I'm voting no because I prefer Community Cycles version.
Okay. Mason?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm a yes. Okay. That one's down. Shall I continue? Okay. Amanda, let's go to the FAR. Let's just tackle that big one. It's short, but it's big. It's short, but mighty. And I'm just going to make the motion and seek a second, and then I'll speak to it and we can deliberate, but I want to move this along.
You don't want any friendly suggestions for wording?
Okay, we'll do it. Go ahead.
So I would be more likely to support this if rather than recommending a change to this ordinance, we move that planning board recommend staff examination of how best to remove FAR from, or remove bicycle parking from FAR. Something like that, because it sounds like staff is going to recommend that it's not practical for this ordinance, and I want to respect that.
So I move the planning board recommend a change to ordinance 8696 to remove bicycle parking from floor area ratio calculations and requirements.
I will second.
Okay. So I'm going to call myself, I'm going to speak to this. I respect staff's concerns about the complexity, and whenever I know something about something and someone says, oh, that's easy, that's simple, 99% of the time they're wrong. So I'm not saying this is necessarily easy or simple. I am saying that as part of an 18 to 24 month process where we are really modifying our code, trying to make real advancements, trying to reach our goals as stated in the TMP, our climate goals, all of these things, our equity goals, our housing goals, that we exempt. We exempt atriums, we exempt all sorts of things, including car parking from FAR calculations. And while it may not be simple or easy, I am also not creating the specifics. I'm saying we advise council to tell staff to figure this out and to not increase the cost, the burden of on housing by including, which it is currently, floor area ratio calculations on bike parking. So that it's, to me, it is it's not easy, but it actually is relatively simple. So but I'm allowing staff to address the complexities in the drafting of this, should council take our advice. Kurt?
Yeah, I feel like the general concept of exempting bicycle parking areas from the FAR calculations is really important. I'm sympathetic with Laura's concern that it may not necessarily be part of this ordinance, but you know, this is just an advisory thing anyhow. I think that the general concept will get conveyed, whether we request that it be part of 8696 or not. And so I'm supportive either way. I think the main thing from my standpoint is just to make sure that council is hearing and staff are hearing that there is a strong desire from this board to make this happen in some fashion or another, understanding that there are additional complications. I don't doubt that. And, you know, it's not clear exactly in what guise this will happen, but I'm hopeful, very hopeful that it will happen in some form or another before too long.
Any other deliberation? Okay, Kurt.
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Laura?
I will say yes, with the caveat that I hope staff conveys what Kurt and I have said.
Mason?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. I have a final, we're to my final one, and Amanda, I'd like to go to the table. Okay, so this is table 9-4. 9-4 is the proposed table location. It was 9-8. And that's on page, I believe that's 145, packet 145. Yes, or packet 146. And so as I went through, I'm not speaking to my I'm not speaking to my motion yet. I just want to say that I took a practical look at the table, and I am making suggested changes to specific lines of the table for building types. And I don't know, Amanda, can we zoom in on the, yeah. And so, and if, yes, so only the items shown, so the table has a whole bunch of items that I did not change, and I've only changed these line items in the table. And if you want, I can speak. I think it'd be better to make the motion, and then I can speak to what the changes I made were from the table. Are people up for that? Is that okay? Yes. Yes. What it is this table 9-4 is off-street bicycle parking requirements. And I found them in a number of instances to be inadequate. And I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, and I'll simplify it by saying, Amanda, let's go back up to the, okay. I move that Planning Board recommend a change to Ordinance 8696 to require a change to Table 9-4, the proposed table location, be modified with the following requirements in the table. And so if I get a second, then I'll walk you through from to what?
Second.
Okay. All right, I'll speak to this motion. The dwelling units without a private garage. Okay, now, and ML, oh, I actually, I modified it after Amanda. Amanda, I want to change that to 1 second. Multi-unit dwelling units without a private garage. Yes, my only change.
I will still second that.
Okay. So the table as it stands now says dwelling units without a private garage, 2 per unit. That would apply, the 2 per unit would apply to the Millennium, right? The 400, 300 some units, that each unit is a 4-bedroom unit. Okay, so if you have 2 per unit, but you would have 600 bike parking spaces, but 1,200 beds. 2 per unit is inadequate. So I changed that to 1 per bed. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So for staff, that line in the table that talked about dwelling units without a private garage, was that intended to be multi-unit developments or single-family units without a private garage?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So in the original table, it talks about residential uses and it says dwelling units without a private garage. And it sounds like Mark is interpreting that to mean multi-family, like the Millennium. Or was that intended to apply to single family units or all of the above?
It doesn't apply to a specific land use. There's a definition for private garage, and it's basically something that you can get into, but other people can't.
Okay, but a dwelling unit without a private garage, that would include like a big complex like the Millennium if it didn't have a private garage?
Correct.
Okay.
But to ML's point, earlier in the evening, if I was building a single family house without a private garage, then in this case, the preface of multi-unit dwelling units would not apply to them. Okay. Go ahead, Kurt.
Are there other things in this table that are per bed?
Yes.
Oh,
In the existing table,
it's not per bedroom, it's per bed.
it's labeled as per bed. So I followed the
Oh,
nomenclature
okay.
of the existing okay. Group living facilities. It currently is 1 space per 3 beds. So a fraternity, a sorority, a dorm a rooming house would be required to have 1 bike parking space per bed. I mean, for 3 beds currently, I am saying 1 per bed, changing it from 3 beds to 1 per bed. 1. Okay. Group living all others is currently 1 per 5 beds. I'm changing it to 1 per 1.5 beds. The public and institutional uses is public and private elementary, middle schools, and high schools is currently 5 per classroom. And I am suggesting the greater of 10 per classroom or 1 per 2 students based on mean attendance. And the same thing for public and private colleges and universities. It is currently 5 per classroom, and I have the same same change, the greater of 10 per classroom or 1 per 2 students based on mean attendance. And finally, office uses. Current, where did office go?
That's 1 per 1,500 square feet.
1 per 1,500. That seemed awfully high to me to have a 1,500 square foot office with 1 space, and I changed it to 1 per 750 square feet of floor area with a minimum of 4.
Chair, if I could just interrupt.
Yep.
Just acknowledging the late hour.
Yes.
So when we talked about this with TAB and with planning board multiple times, the changing the requirements was never part of the scope of the project. We have not analyzed this. We do not have data to support any of these requirements. That's why we've tried to express the utility of doing a utilization study where we can use that to inform future requirements. The scope of this project was limited to design standards as we discussed at previous meetings. And I just want to put that out there.
Noted. And I appreciate that. And I'll simply respond by saying, let's just take the first line item, and Brad, I'll get to you in just 1 second, but using the large, this board has seen a number of large student housing projects come through that are all 4 and 5 bedroom units. And to have those be constructed with a 2 per unit construction requirement, when you could be short by half or more if everyone brought a bike. And who do we want to come to Boulder without a car? Students is the most, they get eco passes, they have bus service, they have friends that have cars. Who do we want to come with a bike, and who should we accommodate with a bike? Students living in large multi-unit, many multi-bedroom complexes. So that was my initial impetus for this. And then I looked at the rest of the table, and I acknowledge I don't have a utilization study to back up my recommendations. But Brad.
Yeah, just to add to that point, Mr. Chair, I think we are happy, as we've said earlier, to commit to that or acknowledge that a utilization study would be important. If the basic point of some of these comments is that there should be standards that are right-sized, we could certainly do that. Is something we could commit to. I recognize you're well into this discussion, and we respect that. And if that's where you want to continue, but just want to offer that up as an alternative to trying to parse these, which we would want to verify anyway through future study.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to stop my commentary. Anyone else want to weigh in before we take a vote on this? Okay, Laura?
I will not be supporting this, largely for the reasons that Lisa and Brad described. I'm not comfortable with the 7 of us substituting our judgment for a utilization study. I'm extremely sympathetic to the idea that these standards, which have not been changed in this project, are too low. And I would be very susceptible to an amendment that, or receptive to an amendment that says we highly recommend a utilization study, and in particular to adjust this table. But I'm not comfortable making changes just based on our personal opinions at 11 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night or whatever time it is.
Any other comment, deliberation? Okay. So, Mason, I'm going to start with you.
I'm going to agree with Laura on this one and vote no.
Okay. Laura?
No.
Claudia?
No.
ML?
I think you're attempting to do something very meaningful here to make some changes that would matter, but I'm going to vote no. Just it's going to create too much chaos, I think.
Kurt?
And I'm with others, no.
Okay. All right. I'm a yes. Okay. All right. That concludes my motion making. So does any other member have any other? Oh.
Did you get an email from me, Amanda? It's okay. It should have one motion from me and one motion from ML.
And I'm going to send one too.
Well, and typing on any keyboard when everyone's sitting looking is like, the pressure is just terrible. I hate that. Okay, Kurt or ML, who's up on this one?
This one's mine, so I'll go ahead. This is just intended to capture some of my comments about the dimensional standards, not requesting any change in the current ordinance, but requesting that in the future that they be examined to be simplified or potentially eliminated. So I move that the planning board request city council and staff to consider simplifying or eliminating the parking dimensional standards, including the required 24-foot backup distance from the code, in order to avoid unduly requiring design around large vehicles.
I'll second that. I didn't want to jump to a second if you're seeking additional advice. I don't, but I'm also want to move it along. So
May I ask my standard question of staff? Is there any unintended consequences here that we are not considering that you're aware of?
So the dimensional standards are reviewed by the engineers who are much more familiar with them. When we had multiple internal meetings with the engineers, they felt that retaining the dimensional standards was important for safety and consistency and things like that. So I wouldn't be the one to speak most to the intent or support, but I think the way that you've crafted it as something to consider in the future is something we can certainly do.
And it's just not something that we studied as part of this program. It wasn't part of the original scope, so we haven't even scratched the surface on it. So we're kind of stabbing in the dark on this one.
Yeah, and that's why I was not intending to get into any sort of specifics. I was just trying to convey the general gist.
Okay, any other deliberation? Okay. Mason, I'm going to start with you.
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay. All right. Next. Take it away, ML.
Yes, thank you for putting that up there. So as I said before, we're removing the auto requirements, which just about all of us use. And we're requiring long-term bike storage to be subject to these pretty significant requirements. Not everybody has bikes. Not everybody's capable of riding bikes. And so it seems like an undue hardship put on these single unit residential units that if people have a bike, I don't know anybody that doesn't protect their bike on their own property. So I think it's kind of redundant in any case and could be a hardship in many cases.
ML, can I just clarify, in the current off-street bike parking table, there's not a requirement for long-term or short-term bike parking for units with a private garage. Are you taking that into consideration here?
These are the ones for without a private garage.
Without, okay, so single unit detached without a private garage.
Oh, maybe we should put that in there. Amanda, could you add that? I didn't have it. Single unit detached residential without a garage use.
Without a private garage.
Without a private garage.
And I would delete use. That's my suggestion.
Okay. I move that planning recommended change to order. Single unit detached residential use. So residential use.
Well,
Single unit detached, single
unit detached residence without a private garage.
RE.
Residence with an
CE.
E.
Residence. Take the T out.
Yeah, there we go.
Without a private garage from the long-term bike storage requirements.
All right, you ready to make that motion?
I am. Anybody have any questions, concerns, thoughts? I move that planning board recommended change to ordinance 8696 to exempt single unit detached residences without a private garage from the long-term bike storage requirements.
I'll second that. Any deliberation on this commentary? Kurt?
I won't be supporting this. I do think it's important for all, especially detached residences, to have some kind of long-term bike storage. Yeah, the current resident may not use it, but a future resident well may, and it makes sense. I don't find it an onerous requirement, so I respect what ML is doing, but I will not be supporting this.
Laura?
I have a question. I just want to make sure that I understand what those long-term bike storage requirements are that are onerous. I don't know if ML, if you want to comment on it. I know you mentioned like the security, I think, like the cameras, and I'm not sure exactly what is required for a single unit detached resident in terms of long-term bike storage requirements.
It isn't any different, right?
Right.
It's the same as it would be for a commercial or a multi or anybody. The requirements are the same. Lisa, do you want to
run through them, Lisa, or I can go
Sure.
back and look at the code real quick?
Yeah, so it's everything that would be, it's page 67 of 170 of this item. I don't have the packet numbers. 39 of my numbered ordinance.
That
like-
would be packet number
148, I think.
148, yes.
Thank you. So it has to be covered, access restricted, and designed to include at least one of the following security strategies. So in a locked room, it's probably what you would do if or locked room or locked area. Has to be within 300 feet, can't be served by stairs, has to be adequately lit, has to have adequate clearance. If it's in, that one doesn't apply. And then the new limits of vertical racks would apply also. And then the electric charging based on your motion would also be required.
Okay, so they couldn't, for example, lock their bike up on their patio, or they'd have to have some kind of storage space that is not locking their bike up on their patio or just leaning against the wall in their living room.
Right, so a locked room or a fence, or in the view of a security guard.
Okay.
see the cost of a security guard?
Okay, any other questions, deliberation? Okay.
I got a question. So an area enclosed by a fence, I assume that could a yard.
Doesn't it have to be like enclosed, like the fence goes up to the roof sort of thing, not
I see.
not
Okay,
like
never mind.
a 3-foot fence around your
Yeah,
backyard.
it's got to be covered too. Okay.
The previous language was fence with a locked gate. We had some recommendations from the police department related to this. So it was resistant to forced entry or climbing, allowing transparency, incorporates a gate with heavy duty gate lock, resistant to manipulation.
Okay. Kurt, I'm going to start with you. Unless, again, last call and deliberation, comment. Okay. Kurt,
No.
ML,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Mason,
No. Or
And
one sec. I meant yes, I'm for it. Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, it's getting
Okay.
late. I meant yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay. Any other motions?
I sent one and I'm about to send a few more. I'm sorry. I know it's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh, wait, your motion is a lot?
I want us to consider the community cycles suggestions. So I want to at least talk about them and consider them. I do know the hour is late, but I don't want these to fall off the radar.
Would it be appropriate to just do sort of a straw poll on those?
Do you want to do them one by
expedite
one, or do you
time?
want to say, evaluate the community cycles recommendations?
I think we should do them one by one so that council knows how we feel about them. I think they deserve consideration even though it's late. And I am sorry for everybody who would like to go to bed. I would too. And I know we still have 2 more sections to do that we may or may not want to suggest moving to the next meeting.
Oh my God, oh my God, I just forgot about that. Okay. All right, let's go through this just as quick as we can.
I think they're pretty self-explanatory and that we've had a lot of conversation, but I'm happy to have whatever process we need. Okay, so this one, I'm not going to make the motion yet, but this is the idea that we should be monitoring, and I suggested over the next 3 years, whether Ordinance 8696 results in more or less parking in new development compared to current parking minimums and average parking reductions. I think this is probably something staff want to do anyway, so hopefully this is non-controversial. I see staff nodding. Lisa, do you foresee any issues with this, or would you suggest any changes? Like, is the time frame wrong?
No, I think this is something we did for the accessory dwelling unit ordinance as we made incremental changes, and it was really informative. So
If folks are okay, I'll
I
go
guess
ahead
I'm
and-
speaking maybe above my grade, but yeah.
I don't know if anybody else on staff wants to weigh in.
No, I think it's really important and a good suggestion, and was very helpful when we kind of did the study on ADUs. So I would agree.
Folks, okay if I go ahead and make the motion, or do you
Please.
want to comment?
Nope.
It sounds like staff is planning to do this anyway. Do you need to have a recommendation?
So for other, if you remember, we did the process simplification ordinance last year, and we got, it wasn't necessarily a motion, but we got your feedback that you wanted to see us look at how that made changes. So we'd probably, whether it's a motion or just a recommendation that
Okay,
you've
so it's
mentioned in
useful
this
to
meeting.
have this on record.
If you'd want council to see it very specifically, sure.
Thank you.
I'd like to get it on record if that's okay.
Please.
I move that planning board recommend a next step to monitor over the next 3 years whether ordinance 8696 results in more or less parking in new development compared to current parking minimums and average parking reductions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any deliberation? Okay, Mason's got his light on.
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, boom. All right.
And then Amanda, did you get my other email? There's a bunch of one-liners here. Just I'll separate it out and hopefully we can go through them pretty quick. So this is not exactly what Community Cycles recommended. They recommended limiting it to 5% of bike parking spaces, which seemed a little bit austere to me and like a big jump. But having lived in a place that had these vertical racks, I can attest that they are awful. Although I have never had one with a
Okay,
lift mechanism. But
Any suggested wording changes?
any suggested wording changes?
Okay.
I was just trying to explain. I went to 25% because it seemed like a compromise between staff's 50% and Community Cycles 5%.
Okay.
Any suggested changes? If not, I move that planning board recommend limiting vertical and stacked or tiered racks to 25% of bike parking spaces.
Second.
Okay, deliberation? Okay, Mason,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes.
And Amanda, I tried to put these in the chat, but I have somehow I can't access the Zoom for some reason. Would it be better if I tried to copy them into the chat?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just with sharing the screen like this. That's why I'm typing them. I can't like copy paste.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. So while Amanda is typing, this is directly from Community Cycles, recommending that spaces reserved for cargo bikes be clearly marked with signage so that non-cargo bikes do not park in these spaces. And I just did that one piece of it separately. I think this is helpful just for a little bit of public shaming so that people understand that those cargo bike spaces should be reserved for cargo bikes.
I'll speak to this when it's made. Any changes in wording?
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion and see if it gets a second. I move that planning board recommends spaces reserved for cargo bikes need to be clearly marked with signage so non-cargo bikes do not park in these spaces.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any deliberation? My comment is, and I just am now thinking about this, that this speaks to the scarcity and deficiency of our bike parking specifications and what you end up doing. So I would be bummed if McGuckins had big truck parking. Now, well, it's a marked space for a big truck. I have a big truck. My truck is 22 feet long. And so, but I don't go to McGuckins expecting to accommodate my truck over other vehicles. And what this speaks to is that on the surface it makes sense, but on the other hand, it speaks to the fact that we aren't designing bike parking to just accommodate bikes, all sorts of bikes. And so we're creating the kind of logistical challenge, interactions that, hey, that bike doesn't qualify. My e-bike is a short tail cargo bike. I don't know, is that a cargo bike? So anyway, I'm not gonna, I haven't even decided how I'm gonna vote on this, but it does speak to our bike parking design requirements being, again, focused around minimizing floor area devoted to bike parking and accommodating fewer rather than greater types of bikes. So I'll decide when I get there.
Yeah, I feel like a different analogy would be signage for electrical cars or signage for efficiency cars. Like, so I mean, I hear what you're saying and I agree, but I think it makes sense, especially for someone who's like not the most perceptive person in the world. I might accidentally park in a cargo spot if there's not a sign, not out of spite, just because I'm like sometimes a little preoccupied, I guess. So I hear what you're saying, but I think I might support.
You know, there's a precedent in car parking where they identify compact cars, small cars, and then you see a giant car pull in. So, I mean, I think we try to organize ourselves, and I don't know to what end, really. The signs matter.
Okay, any other deliberation? Okay, I'm going to start with Kurt this time.
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Okay, Claudia?
No.
Laura?
Yes.
Mason?
Yeah.
And I'm a no. So that passed 4-2. Okay. All right.
I'll just speak to the next one as Amanda is pulling it up. It's the idea of elevator size that may be blocking garage access for people with large bikes. I softened this one a little bit, and so I'll just tell you my language as Amanda pulls it up. I wasn't ready to try to make this a hard and fast requirement, but to say that this should be studied. So recommend that staff examine whether and how to specify adequate elevator minimums when parking relies on elevators. And that should say when bike parking relies on elevators.
Could I suggest solely on elevators? The only instance, and I actually talked to Alexi today about this, and I spent some time looking at elevator dimensions and hospital elevator depths and going back to cargo bike wheelbase lengths. And I think this is going to be very rare. I think it's important, but if the long-term bike parking is solely accessed by elevator and there is no ramp and no other access, then yes, there needs to be accommodation. But only in, I don't want to start specifying deep elevators. Elevators are already a really a big additional cost. It's a great benefit to some community members. But anyway, you start getting into deep elevators and it's a whole nother thing.
I accept that friendly wording change. Amanda, could you please add the word solely? Bike parking relies solely on elevators in the last line.
And just for reference, we did very recently consider a project where the long-term bike parking was accessed by elevator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't, okay, great. Okay, good to know. Okay.
Lisa, did you reference somewhere in your presentation so parking can't be accessed by stairs, but it didn't say they can't be accessed by elevators. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so elevators are still on the table.
Correct.
Thanks.
I imagine that if this does get into code, the main impact would be that developers would not design buildings where the bike parking relies solely on elevators, which is a good deterrent, right? It's a good deterrent.
That would be a good outcome.
Yeah. Okay.
So I will go ahead and make the motion. I move that planning board recommend that staff examine whether and how to specify adequate elevator size minimums where bike parking relies solely on elevators.
Second.
Great. We have a motion. We have a second. Any additional deliberation? Okay. Mason.
Yeah.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
ML.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Okay, my next one, as Amanda.
Apologies. Who seconded?
Kurt did.
Thank you.
And it was unanimous. The next one goes back to bike parking spaces for larger bikes. Sorry, these are a little out of order. And this is the Community Cycles recommendation. Recommend that at least 20% of required spaces be designed for larger bikes. I added e.g. cargo bikes, where more than 5 spaces are required.
So that would line up with the electrical requirement as it currently stands, right? So it's
What do you mean by that?
As recommended by staff or as recommended by Mark?
no currently in the code as written as provided to us in our packet, it was 20% of oh no, it was 5
It
of
was
100.
5%.
5%
Yeah.
of 100, never mind, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think this needs a lot of,
Does anybody want to recommend changes to the language? I'm comfortable with this as a recommendation to show that we support council thinking very seriously about this and as well as staff.
okay, ready to make that motion?
Yes, was it already moved and seconded? I've lost
No.
track. I'll move it. I move that planning board recommends that at least 20% of required spaces be designed for larger bikes, e.g. cargo bikes, where more than 5 spaces are required.
Second.
Okay, deliberation? Okay. Mason?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Okay, I have just 2 more really quick. The next one is Community Cycles recommendation to do a future utilization study to establish empirical requirements for bike parking quantities. And just getting that on the record. Utilization study to establish empirical requirements for bike parking quantities. Basically justify what we're requiring with data. And I think we're all assuming that that will result in increased requirements, but who knows? Any friendly amendments or language suggestions?
Utilization study.
Utilization study, thank you. Amanda, if you could add the word utilization study in the middle there. Okay, I move that planning board recommend a future utilization study to establish empirical requirements for bike parking quantities.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Additional deliberation? Hearing none. Mason's got his microphone on.
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Emma?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Last one, again, thank you to Community Cycles for the language here. I think this is something we have talked about before as a board. Recommend development of a phased retroactive application of bike parking code to existing development. And this is just recommending that that be developed. It's not giving a timeline or saying what should be in it, but that we should at some point retroactively apply these requirements to existing development. And I'll just say that when I read this, I'm not assuming that it means every piece of the code will be applied exactly as written now, but that a plan will be developed to say what should be done retroactively.
Can I?
Yeah, you want to talk about the wording or the motion
sorry,
itself?
Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Never mind.
Okay.
And any wording changes? I think, Amanda, we need to add the word development at the end of existing.
Okay. Any suggested changes before we go to a motion? Okay, Laura.
I move that planning board recommend development of a phased retroactive application of bike parking code to existing development.
Second.
Okay. Additional deliberation?
I just very quickly, I feel like this is really, really important. There's an awful lot of bad bike parking out there. And to me, it feels a little bit similar to the application of smart regs, which was a retroactive requirement, that was imposed on existing buildings. And, it took some work, but I think it was a big improvement. And I think that this could be similar.
I have a question.
Emma?
So speaking about the smart rigs, that was commercial, I think, primarily?
No, that was only residential.
The retroactive?
Brad's, okay.
So are you talking about like housing projects, every kind of project, every kind of development? Or are you limiting it to commercial development, or what do you think?
I don't think it's specified. I think it's just saying something needs to be developed to look at retroactive application of code to existing development. And it's not saying everything. It's not saying which specific things need to be applied, but that we need to be thinking about this and we need to develop a plan.
Got it.
Okay. Brad's on screen here.
Yeah, just to speak to this idea of retroactive, which certainly you can, not suggesting you shouldn't or couldn't have that as a recommendation, but just for a little context on that, when the lighting regulations or the smart regs or the requirement to retroactively do shingles were enacted, it was recognized that those were always triggers that were happening at some point in the life cycle of that building. In the case of smart regs, it's when there's a license, a rental license being done. So there's a mechanism to be able to do this. It's another matter to do it kind of in general terms. So we would want to give you some analysis about what the practical effect of various versions of this would be, but certainly recognize this as a recommendation and can work with that as a general comment.
Great. Thank you, Brad.
And I just want to respond to, again, thank Brad and say, I think that's my assumption in supporting this recommendation is that there will be some complexity to it and how it's done. And it's not going to be just every piece of code is BAM applied at a certain date to all, existing development, that it will be sensitive to context and needs and legal issues and all of that. So, yeah,
Yeah, it would involve a legal analysis as well. It
Say
would
again?
involve a legal analysis as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, any additional deliberation on this? Okay, Kurt, I'm going to start with you.
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Mason,
Yep.
and I'm a yes.
Okay, we're 1/3 through.
Oh, right. Okay. We're gonna close. We're gonna close 8696. Okay. We're gonna move on to 8700, and I think we have done some exemplary, speedy work here, and I want to keep that up. So, why don't those that have feedback and not motions? Oh, yes.
So, if it pleases the board, it would be great if we could get through ordinance 8700 tonight. So the neighborhood parking, program.
Yep.
Just recognizing the late hour, wondering if we might be able to punt the feedback on TDM to next week. That way
Absolutely.
we can excuse Chris.
Yes.
And so we'll have that conversation on the 27th. So if we can get through the NPP stuff tonight, I think that would be a success.
I concur with that. Just show of thumbs from the board. Yes. Okay. Thank you for your work. Had we actually thought of this earlier, you might have left an hour or two ago. Okay. And Sam, you're up. So we're gonna try to make this as quick as we can for all of us. And
So maybe Lisa,
yeah.
it's up to staff, but maybe Lisa.
I
could
asked
also-
Lisa and she wants to stick it out to the
Okay.
bitter
Okay,
end, but
she's
she's also
amazing.
welcome. She's also
She's
welcome to
amazing.
go.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest we provide, if you have something that's a motion, save it and make a motion when it's ready. But we're going to let those that just have commentary go first, and then we'll move into motion making, and we're going to make it all pretty quick. Yes, Kurt.
Yeah, so just to comment, doesn't need to be a motion. I think that to me, it feels like there's pretty clear evidence that we need to consider adjusting the fees, especially the commuter fees, based on the actual demand for the particular area. It sounds like maybe that was kind of something that was in your heads already, but to just have a flat fee for all areas, irrespective of demand, doesn't seem like it makes sense.
Okay. Any other comments? Laura.
Really quickly, I just want to say I really appreciate the work that has gone into this. I'm very supportive of what you have brought forward in the ordinance. I want to say I'm really glad to see that staff are deliberately not pursuing strategies to penalize newcomers or students, or that limit housing development on the basis of street parking availability. I think even though other jurisdictions have done that, this is the right thing for Boulder. We don't privilege people who have been here longer just because they've been here longer. We don't look down on students, and we don't want to limit our housing development just because it's in an area that is more urban and has less street parking. So with you 100%, thank you for that. I do want to say the one piece of feedback I have is when the city manager does decide to limit the parking permits that are available to less than what might be ideal, just put a lot of work into thinking about how to make the distribution of those permits as equitable as possible, because I am concerned that first come, first serve privileges people who are just going to hang on to these permits for years or decades, and people who are new or who are in our community for shorter periods of time will have much more trouble accessing those permits, which works against our desire not to penalize newcomers and students. So maybe rethinking first come, first served if possible. I don't know if there's a better alternative, but I appreciate thinking hard about that.
Okay. Additional comments. I have a motion. Just one. And Amanda, do you still have access to that Google Doc? Okay. Yes. And so I've edited it. And so it's slightly different. So, and since you're not showing on screen, if you can copy and paste, or I don't know, whatever way works for you. Oh, yes. Okay, Laura, thank you. Okay, actually, before we go to my secondary motion, we are going to,
Could we pull up the staff recommended motion for ordinance 8700?
yes, thank you. Yes. I can make it verbally while you, anyway, I'm just going to quote from, I'm going to make this motion just to move us along. I move that Planning Board recommend the City Council adopt the following proposed ordinance. Ordinance 8700, amending Section 2-2-15, Neighborhood Permit Parking Zones, and Chapter 4-23, Neighborhood Parking Zone Permits, to update regulations for on-street parking management.
Second.
Okay. Deliberation on this. Okay. Mason, you're ready?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes, with big appreciation for the work that was done.
Claudia?
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. And again, thank you very much for this. I have a few words to say about about all the work you guys have done, but we're gonna carry on. We're gonna get this concluded. Okay. Does anyone have a motion in regard to 8700 that they'd like to make? Okay. I'm going to put one out there, and we'll just see. Okay.
Can I make
yeah.
quick comment? Sorry. I just want to say I'm really excited for the pilot. I know that other cities do a lot of these like spillover with the charging along with the permitting, and I think it's super exciting. So I don't know. Thank you.
Great. Okay, Amanda, while you, yes. Okay. All right. So we'll see if anyone wants to suggest wording changes to this. But my intention through this motion is to, and Mel, tonight you've been frequently you talk about accountability, et cetera. And I think that in this case, what I'm seeking is that we condition, we require, we suggest, we push developments to unbundle and charge for their parking. And that's a great thing. And when we do that, we have no accountability as a city for all the free parking on the street next to the development. And so it creates, the neighbors don't like it because they say, well, who's going to pay for parking in the development when you can park for free on the street? And so all it is an attempt to get us to practice what we preach and support. And I think that the NPP is the tool in our toolbox to do that. So any wording changes that would help achieve my end? Yes.
I have a suggestion. So I don't think I would support this as a hard and fast shall create, because sometimes there might be an NPP nearby, or the size of the development might not merit a whole new NPP. But I would support it if you change the wording in the last, third to the last line to say, the city shall examine whether to create an appropriately sized NPP that surrounds the project. Shall consider, sure, shall consider. I don't know what the right language is, maybe.
So consider creating.
Maybe Sam can weigh in here. What we want to do is make sure that you have a trigger in your process to think about new NPPs whenever we approve a development with unbundled and paid parking. So what's the right wording here?
Well, I just want to perhaps point out or remind the board that we do have this trigger for a parking study with any new or redevelopment. So I feel like this is getting to that in just maybe a different way, and maybe I'm not understanding. Maybe Lisa, you want.
Maybe we don't understand what doing a parking study entails or leads to.
Yeah, I mean, so the parking study is required whenever there's a traffic assessment required by the design and construction standards. And the study is something that we, the city, specifically Community Vitality, want to undertake to determine whether an NPP zone needs to be created, altered, etc., in the surrounding neighborhood.
So is this a change to the ordinance that you're proposing, or is this something?
It's in the proposed changes to the ordinance.
Okay. So,
it's a slightly different trigger though, because that's triggered whenever there's a traffic study, and you're suggesting a trigger of unbundled and paid parking, regardless of whether a traffic study is triggered.
yes. Thank you for that clarification. I'm comfortable with the language that shall consider creating an appropriately sized NPP. I'm comfortable with that and about to make that unless someone has words different.
I would just, again, take Hella's advice here and advise the city council to direct staff, and instead say the planning board recommends a change to ordinance 8700 so that.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, Amanda, I thought you lost it for a second there. It all flashed before our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. I move that planning board recommends a change to ordinance 8700 so that anytime the city approves a project through the site review process where parking is required to be unbundled and paid, the city shall consider creating an appropriately sized NPP that surrounds with an S, the project.
I'm sorry, can I make one more
Sure.
potential friendly amendment? You have limited this to the site review process. Do you also want to extend it to form-based code? Because that also looks at large projects.
You know, I specifically excluded form-based code because if form-based code is supposed to be an all-encompassing rule, if you stay in the box, you do what's within the box. Anyway, I specifically excluded form-based code. but thank you for bringing that up because I thought about that. And anyway, okay, so I've made that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any additional deliberation? I feel like I already spoke to it, so anybody else have anything to say? Kurt?
My main concern about this is just the difficulty of doing the NPP analysis, and the process that we have for creating an NPP it feels pretty cumbersome. And so the amount of work that would be involved.
And I'll speak to that in the sense of, I think the NPP program should be under transportation. It should be a matter of course. As on-street parking in residential areas becomes an issue more frequently, especially as we developed denser and more multifamily housing and create 15-minute walkable neighborhoods, this will come up more and more and more. Consequently, so it was smaller developments, 8, 10, 12 units. We hope we have these small developments kind of merge through our neighborhood, but they're going to have we're going to approve these, and we're going to encourage them to use unbundled and paid parking, and the neighbors are going to fight about it. So I think this ought to become a standardized, relatively quick process that is just like, oh, okay, we're doing unbundled parking here. The neighbors don't like it. We're going to do an NPP, and they get to pay their $60 a year for their parking spot.
Can I just say that, and maybe this is because of the wording ambiguity, but when I read shall consider creating, I don't read that as the city shall do an NPP analysis, right? They could, I just want them to think about it, and if they see clearly that it's not needed or that there's another NPP nearby, they don't have to do the whole analysis. I just want them to consider it. So I don't read it in the same strict way that you're reading it, Kurt.
Okay. Kurt's mulling it over. Mason?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. Anything else for 8700? Okay. I want to close with a big thanks for staying late. And I know this was, as you know, as we started making motions, this became a thing. But I want to emphasize to all that worked on this, all of staff, that this board takes this opportunity to improve our NPP, our bike parking, our on-street and off-street bike parking requirements really seriously, because it's important to the city. Parking is a big issue for all of us. It comes up in all of our site reviews and use reviews and everything. And so the opportunity to do this, we take really seriously, and we're sorry to keep you so late, but it's because of your good work and the level of respect and seriousness that we take our duty to evaluate this, that we went through all of this, all these gyrations. So again, thank you for your patience with us, and take it as a compliment that we really read your work carefully. Yeah.
And so before we move on, would it be possible for us to continue
yes,
item 5A to the next meeting, which is May 27th, for the continuation of the discussion and feedback of the TDM portion of this?
Right. I move to continue item 5A to, I'm sorry, the date was?
The May 27th.
The May 27th planning board meeting.
Second.
Okay.
And hold on a sec.
Okay.
Amanda just said 5A is an ordinance. I haven't been able to pull up the agenda, but maybe we can confirm real quick that we're.
The TDM portion isn't.
The TDM portion is not in the agenda title. That's why I'm not sure if it
Is
does
it just
continue
item
that item.
item
Yeah,
5?
it's 8,789, 8696 that are in the title.
I'm not sure how do you.
Then is it agenda? Is the entire agenda item 5?
Correct.
Let's just make it item 5.
Can we modify it just to say we move to continue discussion of the future TDM ordinance to that meeting and not specify an agenda item
Under item 5.
under item 5A?
Okay. I move to continue the TDM portion of item 5 of tonight's agenda to the May 27th planning board meeting.
Second.
Okay. All right. Now we're voting. Mason.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
ML.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Matters. I have no matters tonight.
Well, I do.
Okay.
Just very quickly, so council takes a recess every summer, and the planning board typically does that as on or about the same time as council's. So council's going to be on recess from June 27th to July 18th, and just wanted to check with the board to see if you wanted to do a recess this year, and if so, if the 24th through the 15th, so that means 3 meetings off, June 24th, July 1st, and then back at it on the 15th. So that'd be 2 meetings
Kurt?
canceled, the 24th and the 1st.
So just from my standpoint, I would be fine continuing to meet during that portion if it is helpful to staff and avoids super long other meetings.
Anyone else input on this?
I will be traveling and calling in from a European time zone, so I would appreciate a recess, but I will make it work if I have to.
Okay. Laura?
I defer to the people who have the most constraints here. So if staff don't want to meet, I'm happy to not meet, and that's
We don't
Claudia's
have any
preference too.
items currently scheduled for the 24th or the 1st, except for maybe that call up from tonight, but I'm sure we could probably work around that.
It doesn't matter to me one way or the other, so I defer to others.
I think there's an advantage that for staff and their vacation, et cetera, that council's taking a recess so they don't have to show up to council meetings and stuff. And so if we don't recess, then then it's not really a break. So can we say to Charles, yeah, that sounds okay. Okay.
Great, then we'll
Great.
get it on the calendar.
Okay.
The 24th and the 1st. Thank you. That's it from staff. Thank you.
Okay. Hella, anything on your part?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to adjourn the meeting and we can all go home. Okay.